It is 5:30 PM on Tuesday, Monday, May 20th, 2025. I call this regular meeting of the Kingsville Independent School District to order. We will have roll call. Joe Mireles. Here. Brian Kupal.
Here.
Martin Chapa.
Here.
David Garcia.
Here.
Jacob Perez.
Here.
Delma Salinas.
Here.
And Joseph Reese. Let the record show here that there is a quorum of board members present and that this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Government Code, Chapter 551, State of Texas Open Meetings Act. We will move to a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible.
This meeting will be live streamed, and we move on to item number 4, adoption of the agenda. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
President, I have something that I'd like to table, and that would be item 10A. Item 10A on that page. For further discussion.
So that is, what we discussed in closed session. Would that be when we make that decision?
Yes, Mr. President, a motion to table an item will require a motion by the board. If the board wishes to discuss an executive and then make its choice once they return to open, they can do so, or you can take action now as it's you.
I'll second the motion. Okay, so we have a first to table item 10A. Made by Joe Mireles. Second by Martin Chapa. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. So I vote yes, so motion passes 6-1. So after that, with that amendment, do I hear a motion now to accept the agenda, adopt the agenda with that, after that?
I'll second.
Motion made by Joe Mireles, second by Delma Salinas. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Motion carries 7-0. Item number 5, public participation. Do we have anyone that wishes to address the board? Okay, having no one here to address the board, we'll move on to item number 6, communication from administration. At this time, we move on to, are you Dr. Pitts? So we're going to go on to item 6A, recognition of the 25 Spring Chess Tournament winners. Dr. Pitts.
Thank you, Ms. Reese, members of the board. Do we have anybody that can read the students as a? I didn't know if any of the board members wanted to shake their hands or anything and take pictures with them as well. Sorry. On Saturday, May the 3rd, 2025, Kingsville ISD held their 2025 Spring Chess Tournament. Students from grades 2 through high school competed in beginning, intermediate, and advanced divisions. This tournament showcased the year-long preparation of the competitors. After 7 rounds of intense competition, the event culminated with an award ceremony. Every student who competed received a tournament ribbon, and the division winners received trophies. We would like to thank all the parents, administrators, teachers, and paraprofessional staff who worked so hard to make this event a huge success. The winners for the tournament were
In second grade, beginner division, Jose Johnson, Pettis Elementary. Beginner division, Camila Perez, Harrell Elementary. Beginner division, Mia Garcia, Pettis Elementary. Third grade, intermediate division, Roberto Silva, Harvey Elementary. Fourth grade, intermediate advanced division, Vihas Shapuri, Harrell Elementary. Fourth grade, intermediate advanced division, David Cavazos, Harrell Elementary. Intermediate advanced division, Liam Adams, Harrell Elementary. Fifth grade, intermediate advanced division, Jacobo Perez Rios, Harvey Elementary. Intermediate advanced division, Casey Lovelady, Harrell Elementary. Secondary, intermediate division, Mariana Adrian, H.M. King High School. Advanced division, Dylan Sandoval, H.M. King High School. Advanced division, Adam Raisavi, H.M. King High School. We also would like to recognize the sponsors, Yesenia Nieto, Harrell Elementary School. Sonia Martinez, Harvey Elementary School. Ida Aleman, Pettis Elementary School. Nessa Gillette Middle School. And Godfrey Sonko, H.M. King High School.
And now we move on to 6A, Part 2, Recognition of Fine Arts Department, Mr. Robert Alvarez. Okay. All right, how's everybody doing? All right, we want to recognize our art students this evening. So, first here on my list, we have students that participated in the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo Western Art Contest. We have awarded participation ribbons for Lila Denoa, Alexis Lopez, and Jose Trevino.
Let's see. How pretty. This looks so nice. Look pretty. Wow.
We also had awarded the second place ribbons
In the category of 2D acrylics, we had Araceli Abundes. And in 2D mixed media, Damian Poole. Our students also participated in the Kingsville Parks and Recreation Second Annual Junior Pollinator Art Show. We had 32 students receive participation ribbons. Of them, I will just call the ones who are here present. We have Ayla O'Grady. Arlissa Medlock. Leonidas Rodriguez. Freddy Ramos. Gabriela Quezon. Heidi Bautista.
This is how it's supposed to look.
Lila Denoma. And Sadie Gutierrez. All right, we also had a couple of individual ribbons. Awarded second place in the sophomore division, we have Adriana Arevalo. Third place in the junior division, Sadie Gutierrez. First place in the junior division, Barbara Castillo. And that is all for this one. All right, I'm seeing on here as well that they competed at the Visionarios Youth Art Contest and were awarded the third place ribbon. And then some individual awards as well in the category of 2D digital media, Araceli Abundes. And 2D mixed media, Lila Denoma. And we have one more student show up from the Kingsville Parks and Recreation Junior Pollinator Art Show. Oh, sorry, Ms. Boyd, I cannot remember the name you just said to me. Autumn McCartney. And all of this would not be possible without our fantastic art teachers, Ms. Jennifer Boyer and Mr. Joshua Perkins. All right, moving on to the band side.
Take a chair.
All right, we had our Gillette Middle School and H.M. King High School bands compete at the UIL concert and site reading evaluations. All came back with some silverware, some trophies to show off how well our students did. The Gillette Middle School Symphonic Band got first division on concert and superior ratings in their site reading evaluations. The Gillette Middle School Honors Band received straight first divisions across the board. The H.M. King Symphonic Band received straight first divisions on concert stage and superior ratings in the sight reading portion. And the H.M. King Honors Band received straight first divisions across the board. All right, and last time Mr. Mendes was here, he said that our H.M. King Color Guard varsity and junior varsity had qualified for the semifinals of their TECA competitive circuit. I'm happy to announce that they both advanced to the finals, competed in the finals. And I'm having trouble remembering off the top of my head, I think the JV received 5th place in their category. JV, I think, also. Seven?
Seven.
And they received 7th in their category. So this is for the entire city. Our percussion ensemble also qualified for their finals, and they came in 2nd in their category. We also had one special individual, a student of ours, a senior by the name of Serenity Arredondo, who received 2 major scholarships. One she received at the TECA finals by the TECA board. She was one of the few students selected for a scholarship. And then recently, she also received one from UIL, sponsored by HB, I believe. And we presented her with the scholarship and the check there in the band hall last week. And then lastly, Mr. Mendes asked me to recognize our directors for all their hard work, myself, Mr. Roberto Alvarez, as well as Mr. Victor Garza, Mark Salivar, Marcos Poyar, of course, Mr. Mendes himself, and also a thank you to our fine arts secretary, Ms. Esther Villarreal.
Okay, next we'll move on to item 6B, recognition of the H.M. King High School Prima track team. Mr. Ruben Garcia.
Board members, thank you for being here tonight. We're gonna acknowledge numerous student athletes tonight. It's always a great thing when you get to acknowledge as many student athletes as we are here tonight. I think it's been a great year for athletics at H.M. King High School and Kingsville ISD. So we're excited about the progress we've made and we're excited about the future. So first, we'll talk about the unified track team. So our unified track team placed 2nd in area and they got to compete at regionals for the 2nd year in a row. The coaches were Rayleigh Cantu and Michelle Corrales. So we appreciate all their hard work. Unified track team members were Summer Fox, Kylie Mendieta, Kenneth Reeder, Eddie Lozano, Braylon Maxey, Jonathan Gutierrez, Kelly Everett, Kelly Reyes, and Isabella Perez. So congratulations to them. And now our Brahma and Lady Brahma track and field teams. I'll call up their coaches, Coach Kennedy Barron and Coach Ruben Flowers. They come up here to talk about our
Hello, good evening. How's everybody doing today? It was a record-breaking year for our Lady Brahmas and our Brahma track team. I think we broke 14 school records just this year, amongst other things. The biggest thing that I want to say before we call the kids is I appreciate Coach Garcia, Ms. Moore, everybody in charge, helping us put on a great season. We were able to run at Texas A&M, University of Texas, University of Texas Rio Grande, and Texas A&M Kingsville. And all those schools, our kids were able to be offered scholarships. So we went down to UTRGV. They offered our seniors, each of our seniors, they got offered scholarships. At Texas A&M side, and really fast, and they offered him, and he was already committed to Miami. UT, same thing. And then at Tambu. Shout out to everybody in charge. That's big. Just showing the Brahmas, around the Texas, not just in our little bubble. So appreciate y'all. All right, I guess we'll go in order from where they are. Miss JB, come on down. The freshman phenom, she was a state silver medalist. She has the second fastest 100-meter time for a freshman in the state of Texas ever. She has the area record in the 100-meter hurdles. She has the school record in the 100-meter hurdles. She has the regional record in the 100-meter hurdles. She has a school record in the long jump, the 100, the 200, the 300 hurdles. Wow. And 4x1 relay. Oh yeah, 4x4. My bad. 4x1's coming next year. Next we have her sister, Monica Kazanjian. Part of our 4x1 regional team. She was anchored the 4x2 that made it to area. And she was also on the 4x4, even though she didn't really run it. We gotta talk about that. Side, go last. Go in the back. Next up, we have Christian Flowers. Christian is a regional finalist in the 100 and the 200. He's also the school record holder in the 200. He set that this year. Oh, also, forget about the relays. He anchored our 4x1 that has a school record. He anchors our 4x2 that has a school record. And he probably had one of the craziest races I've ever seen. He was down, I think, probably close to 60 meters in the 4x4. And he pulled off the victory. So. Christian's also being looked at as a football recruit, a Division I football recruit. Matter of fact, tonight he has a virtual tour or something at UTEP. So he's one of our student athletes that plays multiple sports at Kingsville and known around the state.
Okay, the next one is Layla Munoz. So Layla is a all-star 400 runner. She was the district champion 400-meter runner. She was the fourth place at area, made it all the way to regionals where she competed very hard. And she was also a member of the relay, the 4x1 relay girls. They placed third at the area track meet.
No, you're good. And Layla also was part of the 4x4 that broke the school record. Next up, we have Alexa Rodriguez. Alexa, me and Alexa would get into it. Alexa's a freshman too, and you know, every time I was like, "Come on, Alexa, we got it." She would head down. But Alexa was a key component in our 4x1 throughout the year, our 4x2 that made it to region, or our 4x1 that made it to regionals, and she ran that, and our 4x2 that made it to area, and then anything else that she needed, we needed to put her in 4x4, open 100, open 200. She was there and she scored points for us. All right, now we have Juliet Arientos. Julianne came on, I think, right at district. We needed her to score some points for us. She ended up running the 4x2 that made it to area and the 4x4 that just barely missed it. So. All right, and then we're going to do our two seniors. Okay, right here. Our first one is the distance goat for girls at HM King, Miss KGT. In the mile and the 2 mile, and she broke it like every meet. So, and it was always, "Coach, we're gonna get my door. Coach, we're gonna get my plaque. Coach, we're gonna get my plaque." And I said, "Will you stop running?" Because that's the only time I'm gonna have a chance. I tell the kids all the time, it's about the best opportunities, not your only opportunities. And Caleb witnessed that firsthand. She ran well at UTRGV. And so she ran well. The coach called her, basically said, "Hey, we want you to run for us." Her dream school at the time was McNeese. She went up there, went on an official visit. They offered her scholarship money, but she chose to be in the blue and yellow. She chose to be a Javelina. Okay, so someone went up for the second year. And the biggest thing about that is she had choices. She got to pick where she wanted to. And I think sometimes our kids in Kingsville they're okay with just getting what they get, but that's not how we believe. We want the best opportunity, not the biggest opportunity, or not just any opportunity. We want an opportunity that works well for us and our family. So congratulations to you, ma'am. Last but certainly not least, we have the one himself, Mr. Josiah Rivera. Now, Cy is, well, not a state champ this year. Just kidding. But he did get second in the 300 hurdles this year at state, and then he was third in the 110 hurdles. Cy also has the school record in the 110 hurdles, the 300 hurdles, the long jump, the 4x1 relay, the 4x2 relay. He also has an area record in the 110, and he has a regional record in the 110. So I was at a situation where, like I said, I thank everybody involved, but Cy was signed to the University of Miami. We ran as a school at the Texas A&M indoor meet. Cy at that point ran, I think it was like the 6th or 7th fastest time in the history of the event. And UT and both A&M at that point were like, hey, don't go all the way to Miami, stay here in Texas. So then he kind of started his recruiting. He opened it up again, and Cy will be attending Texas A&M University in the fall. And, it's been a great year. Like I said, we strive for the best opportunities, not the biggest opportunities, or any opportunity. If Cy could have went anywhere in the country, it was his choice. I think that's big. It's big. Not a lot of people. Hey, you get to run here, you get to run there. No, he had his choice. He can go where he wanted. And a lot of these underclassmen are on the same realm right now. You know, Christians get looked at, like I said, by football and track. JB is only a freshman, and she has every track school in the country looking at her. So again, these kind of kids bring it up for everybody else, and we can all live off them a little bit, support them, and they can help our kids get other places too. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
3, 2, 1.
Good job. Now moving on to item 6C, recognition of H.M. King High School CTE State Competition, Ag, Mechanics, DECA, FFA, District Officer, and Skills USA. Ms. Debbie Winslow.
I'd like to thank our board president and Mr. Reese and the board members for all your support throughout this whole year. We really appreciate it. At this time, I call the sponsor Raymond Gonzalez, Ag Mechanic Welding.
Texas A&M University Kingsville Agricultural Mechanics. So, Jacob Rivera, barbecue pits class, ribbon. Aaron Amado, barbecue pits class of the ribbon. As well as Blinn College Agricultural Mechanics. So, Jacob Rivera, barbecue pits class of the ribbon as well. Aaron Amado, barbecue pits class, blue ribbon as well.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez, for your dedication, working endless hours at night and on the weekends. For these kids to be going to Texas A&M University, Kingsville, to do their ag projects and then going on to Blinn College. They got to explore the different colleges too. So this was a great opportunity for our students in 2 different ways. So congratulations to our ag mechanics welding. Our DECA sponsors, Deanna Carrillo and Leticia Longoria.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Letty Longoria, and this is Diana Carrillo. We're both business teachers, and we have the honor of introducing you guys to some of our DECA winners. DECA is a student organization that prepares future business leaders, and so let me introduce you to some of our future business leaders. Come on up. We're gonna do this a little bit differently. We were asking them to all come up at the same time, and then we'll introduce them. So the first project was done by Julian Campu and Aaron Ramos. Aaron isn't here. The project that they worked on was integrated marketing campaign. They worked on a product. And so Julian is here. So Julian, say hi to everybody. The next project was worked on by Valeria Lopez, and she worked on a startup business plan and competed with that. Avani Alegria is not here, but she worked on the community awareness project. And we have Sadie Cortez. She worked on a hospitality and tourism professional selling project. And a business solutions project was done by both Antonio Castillo and Jaden Guerrero. They start working on their projects like as soon as school starts, really. We start pushing them really September, October, and they have to take a test sometimes, or they submit a paper, and so they competed at the district level and proceeded to state level. So congratulations. And just one more announcement. We have an outgoing district officer. She's our president this year, but she also served at the district level and learned some really good leadership skills, and that's Sadie Cortez.
Good job, guys.
I wish that y'all all had the opportunity to see these students in action and see their PowerPoints and their presentations. They're amazing. And our kids are really becoming leaders, and they're on the right track. And I want to thank our sponsors. They were very dedicated to these projects. Ms. Katie Bohemus.
I would like to present Ms. Raina Ferrer. Ms. Raina Ferrer is currently serving as our new 2025-2026 Chapter FFA president. Not only that, she is now serving at the district level, and there was 12 kids who ran, and she was one of the 6 who got a spot for Mesquite District, and she will be serving as a reporter. So we have big goals for next year. Hopefully she gets to run for area, which only 2 advance from each district level. And there's a whole entire process that takes like a month or 2 long.
This is a great opportunity for this young lady and also for the district, because our district is being put on the map and it's in the eyes, and people are looking at us from the FFA background. So this is a great opportunity. Our next sponsor that's going to be introducing his students is Mr. Barber, Skills USA.
And this is only part of our Skills USA. There are several kids that are working and couldn't be here, so I'll still call their names out. This is the second year that we participate in Skills USA, and last year we brought in 4 different groups that we took, and all 4 placed to state, first and second place, and we repeated the same thing this year. We got first, second, to advance to state, and they did very well. Okay, in television news production, I have Matthew Rendon, Michaela Carrasco, Eduardo Garcia, and Sky Salazar. In video cinema, I have Mila Vest and Scarlett Mendoza. In video production, I have Sky Salazar and Matthew Rendon. Now, some of these guys participated in 2 different associations, 2 different groups that they participated in, but when we got to state, they had to choose one. So they were in news production, they had to drop one of them, but that's the way it is at state. Okay, in video production, I also had Antonio Castillo and Araceli Pundes. In video audio production, I have Sarah Rodriguez and Angel Rodriguez. And in video audio production, I also had Antonio Castillo and Araceli Pundes. You guys, because the district is not small, it's all the way from Austin to Brownsville to Laredo to Corpus. So we have to compete against all of those schools. So it's a big district, but they did well.
Three, two, one.
Mr. Barber, thank you for working so hard with your students in those hours and also being at every football game, every event, everything. We really appreciate you and your students and the dedication that you do for your kids. Thank you. Last but not least, our Skills USA, the sponsor is Christina Gonzalez. This is for engineering portion.
So this year at State for Skills USA, we had David Hamilton and Michael Ayers compete in mobile robotics technology, and they advanced to state. In robotics urban search and rescue, we had Sadie Gutierrez and Ayla O'Grady, and they got second at district and advanced to state. Oh, and if I didn't say it before, David and Michael got first at district. Right. In the engineering job exhibit, Jalen Fuentes is not here, but he got a blue ribbon at district and a red superior ribbon at state. And then for our architectural model job exhibit, Elizabeth Lovelady and Delilah Trevino couldn't be here, but Sadie Cortez is, and they received a blue ribbon at district and a blue superior ribbon at state. I just wanted to add that they really work all year on these projects. I know for robotics, they start the year before most of the time. I know they come in first day and they start working on their projects. They put in a lot of hours, and I'm very proud of them. They did a good job.
3, 2, 1.
The robotics and the engineering portion has been very dedicated, and the growth of the program has risen to a very high, and the license and certifications this year were amazing. Thank you, Ms. Christina Gonzalez, for all of your support and hard work. I also want to thank Mr. Sandoval, my backbone, in making sure I get everything I need done, and also Mrs. Moore for all of her hard work and dedication, and of course to you all, the board members. Thank you.
Okay, now moving on to item 6D, recognition of H.M. King High School basketball team, Mr. Ruben Garcia.
Again, thank y'all. We'll continue with athletics. So right now, I would like to call up our head boys basketball coach, Matthew Jones. You probably won't say it, but I'll go ahead and say it. He was co-coach of the year.
At this moment, I'd like to thank Coach Garcia and the school board members for giving me this opportunity, not only to coach the kids, but to lead in the right direction. We all know sports, it is a game, but it is a tool to teach about life, fit lead in the right direction as much as we can. On our boys varsity basketball team, we had Dylan Everett, which is a senior. This was his, I believe, his first time since junior high playing with us. He sacrificed a lot for us. As you know, he is a standout football player, but he did everything he was asked to do on the field, on the court, and he exceeded all the expectations that he had. We also had Jaden Lozano, that's a senior, he's not here at this moment. We have Christopher Garza, is a senior, he's not here either. We have Alex Ibanez, he's a senior. Victor Maldonado, he's a senior. Braylon Maxey, he's a senior. Hayden Pena, he's a senior. He's our manager, actually. Jordan Villarreal, he's a junior. He's started this year. Cody Mora, this is a junior. Frankie Espita, this is a junior. Art Alanis, which is a junior. Ace Lera is a sophomore. Ray Munoz is a sophomore. Isaac Kaysen is a sophomore. Damian Montgomery was a sophomore. And Julio Peña Garcia was a sophomore. This year, the boys stood out. We had a 17-12 record. I believe we exceeded some expectations. Last year, we missed playoffs by one position. We actually had 3 district losses by a total of 7 points. This year, we had the opportunity to sweep district, but we fell short of that and shared the district title this year, going 17-12. We also received a bye district here at home that we won, and we got knocked out in the second round, which was a good experience for these young men. We did lose 7 seniors, but I believe that these young men that we have as juniors will exceed expectations even more next year and take us to the next level. For our district honors, we had Jordan Villarreal, which received defensive MVP this year for our district. We had 3 first-team all-district nominations, which we were the only team in the district that received those 3 nominations. It was Jaden Lozano, Christopher Garza, and Braylon Maxey. We had our second team members, which is Victor Maldonado and Alex Ibanez. Well, honorable mention, which was our Julio Peña Garcia, which was our freshman, and then the award that I received as well. We also had 2 all-star selections, which was Jaden Lozano and Christopher Garza, which was 1 more than what we had last year. We had 1 all-star, we had 2 this year, and I'm shooting for next year. These young men actually sacrificed a lot this year. Throughout football season, I had them come in the morning to get their weight and conditioning in the morning. So they would get up about 5:30, 6 in the morning, come work out with us, and then continue everything afterwards. I'm very grateful for this opportunity, these young men exceed expectations, not only on the court, but off the court as well. And I would thank you for the opportunity.
Now, item 6E, recognition of the Asian King High School Brahma cross-country team.
All right, now we'll honor our cross-country team. I'll call up our head coach, Ismael Esquivel.
Good evening. I'm Coach Esquivel, and today we're going to honor two of our outstanding runners who represent the best of what HM King and Kingsville Independent School District have called. I believe Kayla is here. Kelly, you want to come up? Kayla was a top 10 district runner. She was a qualifier, and she almost made it to state. She was close. Kayla's going to be running at Tumuk next year, from my understanding. She and Jacob will be 2 of 3 Brahmas representing the Javelinas on the cross-country team. And our other outstanding runner, I believe he's here tonight, Jacob Rivera. Jacob Rivera got first place in district, 31-4A. He got top 10 in region 4 for 4A. And he got, I believe he was in top 40 out of 150 runners at state. So both of the runners that represented us, all the cross-country runners represented us well out in the competition. And I was going to say a story. They're always, whenever they run, whenever I make them run something hard or something like that, they always tell me, "Why don't you do it, Mr. Esquivel?" And I'm like, they want to kill me. I think they're trying to kill me. But if you see me out there by the Kendall Park, laid out on the street or something like that, then you know what happened. Thank you.
Now item 6F, recognition of the HM King High School Brahma golf team. Mr. Garcia.
Okay, we'll recognize our golf team now. I'll call up head coach Joe Vilches. So I'll go ahead and speak for them. As a team, they placed in 1 out of 5 team tournaments with a second place finish. The players won numerous individual medals throughout the season. And once again, we finished with a district champion MVP. 2 boys qualified for the regional tournament, and the same 2 qualified for the state tournament. Our district tournament results: Sergio Ramirez, raise your hands. He was also the district champion and MVP, and he qualified for the regional tournament. And at regionals, he placed 3rd overall and qualified for the state tournament. We also have Mr. Dylan Everett. He placed 2nd at district. He qualified for the regional tournament, where he placed 4th and advanced to the state tournament. As I said, Sergio was the district champion and district MVP, and Dylan was the first team all-district recognition. We also had Joseph Vilches, Julian Garcia, and Roman Ferrer, who was on the team. And then from the girls, we had Kaylee Castillo and Mercedes Migueli Everett. So it was a great golf season again. I believe it was the 5th year in a row that we sent someone to the state tournament. Hard work and sacrifice. They both played baseball this year as well. And as you know, baseball and golf run simultaneously, so they're trying to balance it all. So that's kudos to them for all their hard work and sacrifice that they put in. I know we're gonna miss them a lot. And again, I know Coach Williams couldn't be here tonight, but we're thankful for him and all his hard work.
Now moving on to item 6G, recognition of HA King High School Prima powerlifting teams, boys and girls.
So now we'll recognize our boys and girls powerlifting team. One thing I do want to say is their numbers have grown tremendously. There's a lot of growth in the program. So I'll call up our head boys powerlifting coach, Steven Salinas. And our head girls powerlifting coach, Patty Amaya.
Good evening. Good evening, board members and guests. Tonight, I am honored to recognize three exceptional young men from our powerlifting program who've shown what it means to commit, compete, and conquer. First, sophomore Eric Kaysen. His first year competing, and he totaled 885 pounds, earning a trip to regionals. The future is bright with this young man. Next, we have senior Nick Vela, a determined competitor who totaled 945 pounds and also qualified for regionals. His leadership by example made a lasting impact. And finally, our captain, Gabe Garza. He led from the front with a total of 1,525 pounds and capped off his season with an appearance at the state championship. Gabe didn't just lift weights, he also lifted our entire program, and I appreciate him. He was with me for 4 years, so. Behind these athletes is a strong group of young men already preparing for next season. Our goal is clear, and we want to be able to take a full team to state with the ambition, the hunger, and the heart these kids bring to the weight room. I believe it's not just possible, but it's expected. Thank you guys for a great season.
Good afternoon, everybody. So it's truly an honor to stand before you today as the girls' head powerlifting coach. This season has been nothing short than incredible. We started with 50 girls that came out to try it out, and we had 41 that stepped throughout the whole entire season. So it was a privilege of working with the outstanding group of 41 girls. They were determined, they pushed themselves day in, day out. They grew both in strength and character. Out of those 41 girls, we had 13. So we had a full team plus one that ended up going to regionals. And I have those names somewhere here. Okay, Reina Gomez, Megan Barcena, Nevea Cansada, who is not able to make it, Mia Campos, also not here, Jalen Cortez, Josie Garcia, Evelyn Muniz, Absidy Mata, Ayla O'Grady, Maricela Quiñones, Nevea Suarez, Josea Suarez, and Gabriela Adrian. And last but not least, we have our state qualifier, Jalen Cortez. Jalen finished 8th in the whole entire state. Congratulations. And lastly, our program did grow quite a bit this year. The girls did an incredible job this season, and I can wait to see where they're gonna go from here. Thank y'all.
Now moving on to item 6H, recognition of the H.M. King High School Lady Rayma volleyball team, Mr. Garcia.
Okay, now we'll recognize the volleyball team. I'll call up the head coach, Michaela Sandoval.
Okay, yes, I'm the coach. I know the 12 bucks. Thank you all, board members, Dr. Sandoval. I know Dr. Y, Ms. Moore, thank y'all for being lenient, Dr. Y especially. I'm gonna call up the girls first and then we'll talk about our season. We're gonna go by numbers, so I'm gonna go number 1, Nevaeh Suarez, a junior. Number 2, Christy Rojas, which is not here, she's a senior. Number 3, which is Araya Gonzalez, freshman. Number 4, Shyla Saldana, senior. Number 5, Layla Munoz, sophomore. Number 6, Alexa Rodriguez, freshman. Number 7, Monica Kazanjian, junior. Number 8, Angelina Vinton, she's a freshman, she's not here. Number 9, Josiah Suarez, junior. Number 10, Addison Ortega, freshman. Number 11, Mercedes Valenzuela, junior. And number 13, Madison Carr, who's not here. We're gonna talk about this season. Our varsity girls had a great overall season with a record of 13-18. They earned their spot in the playoffs, finishing 3rd in district with a record of 5-5, which hasn't been done in over a decade. Carrying into the playoffs, our girls won the first round, securing a bi-district championship, which again, hasn't been done in a decade. We ended the season in the area round. Our girls defeated the odds and obviously exceeded all expectations. This season was special. The group of girls are special. We are extremely proud of the growth that they have displayed. I want to go into the district honors. So we have our co-setter of the year, which is Christy, she's not here. Christy got co-setter of the year and she also got second team All-State. We have our freshman. I promise you, you're gonna hear a lot about her, Zaraya Gonzalez. She got co-newcomer of the year. And for me personally, as a group, I gave her the rookie of the year for this season. Going into our first team, we have junior Monica Kazanjian. She definitely played a role for our offense and is probably the loudest on the court when you watch us play. Next is junior first team Madison Carr, which I'm going to kill that kid because she should have been here. She got first team as well. My second team, Nevaeh Suarez. She played a big role in leadership this season, so next year that is our captain, and it's, everyone knows it. And our number 4, our second team is Shyla Saldana, senior, she got, second team defense. Honorable mentions are Jose Suarez Jr. and Layla Munoz sophomore. Monica also got third team all state. I digress. I just want to add, I mean, as being a young, inexperienced coach, like they always ask, what is the secret to obviously being successful? And I gotta say that the kids have to believe in you. If they don't, I don't think anyone would have a chance. So I know I said thank you once, but I'm gonna say it again. Thank y'all for working hard, for believing in me, each other, in yourselves. I know that everyone, I guess, fails to see the hard work. And like every program, everyone works hard, right? But we have been working all year round, and it obviously has shown. I know I can be hard and difficult and me, but I think by the end of the season and by the end of the y'all's career, you're going to be like better human beings by the end of it. So I thank y'all for believing in me and making this season, to say the least, it was inspiring, not just to me, but to the whole athletics of Lady Brahma department. Again, I want to thank the board, Garcia, thank you for obviously believing in me as a young coach. Again, this is my first year at the head, and it was obviously inspiring. When this group leaves, it's going to be hard just because we meet a lot of kids, but I think a special group impacts me in a way that no one ever has, and that's definitely this group. So I do believe God has put me here to serve, and it's to serve y'all. So I thank y'all again, and I cannot wait for the future.
Three, two, one.
I just again want to thank.
Sorry.
I want to thank the board for all your support, your unwavering support that you give the athletic department and our coaching staff and everything we do. Thank you to all administration for all your support and always being there at events and just doing what's right for kids. Thank you to Mrs. Moore and Dr. Ethan Geary, because we have to work hand in hand all the time, and I know I drive them nuts sometimes. But they're very supportive of the kids. And the main thing I can say about this team we have together, all administration, is everyone's in it to do right by kids and what's best for the kids. And then if the kids want it, we do our best to give it to them. And that's because of you all and everyone here. So thank y'all, parents, community, and my coaching staff for all their hard work and the long hours, early mornings, weekends, everything. So thank y'all.
Thank you, everyone. Definitely the best part of these meetings are recognizing our kids and our staff. Moving on to item 7, communications from administration, H.M. King High School Superintendent's Roundtable, Dr. Juan Sandoval and Dr. Ada Bezenais.
Thank you, Mr. Reese, Board of Trustees. I'm here with Dr. Bezenais today. We're just going to showcase the Superintendent's Roundtable, which is a group that started in the fall of 2022. And I want to introduce our students before we get on with the presentation, and then we'll have students say a few words about the roundtable. I'm going to introduce our students. We've got Doug. We got Santiago Pineda Garcia. We got Dylan Cantu. We got Isaac de la Paz, Alexis Espino, and we got Ricardo Pineda Garcia.
as Dr. Sandoval mentioned, it's been an incredible journey with these young men and women from starting in the year 2022. During that year, Dr. Sissy Reynolds, that is, requested for us to have some folks come into the district and do some mentoring with students. We were working on a mentoring program. Then one day we looked at each other and said, well, why now? Why not us? We need to be the first to step in and become mentors to these incredible young men and women. So I'm going to share with you a little bit of the background. So here you go. We started in 2022. Our students meet twice a month with the KISD superintendents, which were Dr. Bettis, myself, and Dr. Sandoval, at their respective campuses. So we do have a group at Gillette Middle School, and then now these young men and women in front of you are now at the high school. So what was the purpose of this? We began a mentoring program. We spoke and taught the children, the students, a lot about student leadership. What does it look like to be a student leader at their campuses? We worked on collaboration and teamwork. We wanted to have a voice for the student body. So our students would actually go visit with their classmates and bring back to us a voice from the campus on items that we needed to know and hear and be able to help improve for the Gillette and the high school. Communicate the campus needs, and also we model capturing kids' hearts. Dr. Sandoval was very instrumental in starting every meeting with good things. We also had a social contract that these young women put together for every meeting. And then we always ended our meeting with one of our students who would give a score on how we use Capturing Kids' Hearts model. And then lastly, they shared a quote for the day. So it was very important that they saw us model for them and that they also learned some phenomenal leadership skills. These are some student pictures from the very first few meetings we had. And they're up here giggling a little bit because when we pulled up some pictures, thanks to Tanya Williams, we're like, oh my gosh, look at you. They were in middle school at the time. And our principals were instrumental in selecting the students for the superintendent's roundtable. So we've seen the maturity of the students throughout the years. We also last year had the opportunity to highlight a lot of their work at our Kingsville Record. And this really showed the community some of the incredible work that were being done in our schools at both Gillette and the high school to show our leadership and our teams. These young men and women are the future of Kingsville. They're here, their parents supporting, our campuses supporting them, and we're so phenomenally proud of the work they've done. Samba?
Thank you, Dr. Best Nice. What you see before you, that Superintendent's Roundtable logo, was designed by our students. They created it. It was their vision to put something on a piece of paper. And that's what they created. It was amazing to watch them. They all gave input, and we had Santi take the lead and design it on one of the apps. And this is a product that he created. It's amazing what our kids can do when you just give them the platform to do that. And we're very proud of the logo they created. As you can see, some of our students are wearing t-shirts with that logo. We were able to get those donated for our roundtable students, and we're excited that they'll be able to showcase their logo for the team that they represent. So what are some things that they do? They again, we talked about them being a voice for the students. One of the first things that they ask is, hey, you guys, can we get the logo put on the Mopac field? When they play their games, there was nothing on there. So again, we're hearing the voice of the student. We don't think about that all the time, but the students are thinking, hey, can we get something? So I reached out to Coach Davio at the time to say, hey, Coach, can you guys put a logo? As you can tell, we need a little bit of practice with the K, but, it's a logo nonetheless, right? And it's something that the kids, definitely were excited about the fact that we were able to do that. In addition to that, they say, hey, can we get the goalpost painted? So I reached out to our maintenance team, again, they were able to get that done. As little as that may seem, a logo on the football field, when they play their games, for middle school, or even the post should be painted yellow, those are small things that go a long way for our students. It means a lot, and when they asked for that, we were able to deliver, they felt that their voice was heard, it was important. Also, what they were looking at last year when, Ms. Williams was the principal at Gillette, they were like, hey, we wanna be able to eat outside and have lunch, is that possible? And I wanna thank our principals for their collaboration with the roundtable, because without their support, I mean, they're not even part of the conversation when we meet with the kids. So a lot of times the kids are coming with ideas and plans to do things that they go speak to the principal. The principals are really good about, collaborating with the kids and finding ways to make the dream or the vision of what they want happen. So I want to thank, Dr. Seguida, Ms. Moore, Dr. Williams, last year leading HM King, and Ms. Williams leading Gillette last year for their help, because without them, we could not do the things that we did with the roundtable. But here at Gillette last year, the courtyard, they wanted to beautify the courtyard so they could utilize the courtyard more often. And so we were able to work with getting those picnic tables from Lowe's. They stained them. They cleaned up the flower beds, trimmed the hedges and the brush, and they made that space usable again. It had not been there, it may be, I don't know how long it's been, but it's been a while since we had that place where you could actually use it. And you can see that the students did the work. They did the cleaning, they did the restoration. They definitely took pride in utilizing that space there to that middle school. Other things that they've asked to do was, we want to inspire other kids to do good things, right? And we want to bring a little color to HM King. It just so happened that part of the Avid class a year and a half ago, they decided to create ceiling tiles and they put them inside the classroom. I shared that inspiration with this group and they said, why can't we do that, even further, right? So they got other students to come and do that this year. So they created more ceiling tiles. We put those ceiling tiles out in the hall. So as students are walking through the hall, they see color, they see inspiration from their fellow classmates, inspiring them to do good things. So again, this is another thing that our student ambassadors, students from the roundtable have inspired other students in the campus to do good things for HMP High School. And the last thing I want to showcase today is motivational science. How often do we get students in high school saying, hey, I want to motivate others to put posters out? So we brainstormed, they put some ideas out on a piece of paper, and then we had Dr. Best and I bring in some of our KISD staff to come and show our students how to use Canva. And they came in and showed them, students started creating their own designs. And as you can see, these posters were created by the students. We printed them in-house and we posted them at the high school. Again, a small act of kindness coming from our students, but yet, going a long way. You can also notice that those logos that the students created are on those posters. So, it's little piece of them putting it out there for their classmates, their colleagues, and hopefully we give them a little word of inspiration throughout the day. So it's pretty awesome working with these students. We've been doing it for 2.5 years now, and they do as much for us as we do for them, to be honest. I don't get a lot of opportunities to work with students on a day-to-day because, we're typically working with adults and staff members. But being able to work with the students on a weekly basis definitely brings, joy to us because we don't get that opportunity on a daily basis. So thank you students as well for what you do for us as a group. So at this time, I want to give the students an opportunity just to say a few words about what this program has meant to them, and then we'll wrap this presentation up. But I definitely want to make sure that the board got to hear from the students on how they're making a difference here at KLC. So please come over here, please. So if you're going to speak, introduce yourself.
I'm nervous, I'm sorry. My name is Alexis Espino, and I'm a senior at H.M. King High School, and being an ambassador has made me a great person, but not just for myself, but for helping make the school and the school community a better place, and also making it better and more fun for the freshmen and sophomores and juniors, and the rest of the seniors. And one thing that my Sergeant Camacho has taught me is to strive to be a future leader and to teach other young people to become better citizens with or without not having a future or not knowing what they want to do with their life, is what I've taught some of the freshmen too here in the Ambassadors Community Program.
Good evening, board members and community. My name is Santiago Garcia, and I'm a student at H.M. King High School. I'm here to share a glimpse of my experience as a member of the Superintendent's Roundtable and how it has impacted me personally and academically over the past 2 years. Being a part of this group has truly been a meaningful journey. As a student, having a voice in school matters. It isn't something everyone gets, but through the roundtable, I've had that chance to express my concerns. It has been a wonderful experience to speak up about the issues we face, to suggest changes and see real improvements to take place. It is more than just talking. It is being heard and being a part of the solution. Often there are challenges we students see every day that the leaders of the schools may not always notice. The roundtables give us an opportunity to bring those concerns forward and to know that they matter. This experience has taught me that leadership isn't just about holding a position, it's about making a difference and helping others to do the same. I want to thank the leaders of KISD for creating and supporting this opportunity for us students to lead, speak, and grow. Your commitment to students' voice makes all the difference. A special thank you to our former superintendent, Dr. Pettis, who started this group. Your leadership and dedication to student engagement are deeply missed, and your impact continues. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Isaac De La Paz, and I've been with the Superintendent Roundtable for 2 years, and the way that it has helped me, it gives me a voice in the KISD school district, and it gives me a way to help the school be a better place and a better environment for me and my peers.
Good evening, my name is Douglas Farrell. I've been with the student ambassadors from Gillette when we started from the 2023. And the few words I have to say is that it really helps that we have a voice to come and voice our opinions about the school and the district.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. My name is Dylan Guntu. Being part of the Superintendent's Roundtable has been an incredible experience for me over the past few years. It's given me a chance to see what it really takes to get things done in our school. And more importantly, it's shown me that students have a voice, that our opinions truly matter. This experience has helped me grow my communication skills. I learned how to speak just not for myself, but behalf of my school and peers, whether it was discussing behavior or sharing feedback. Our team was always came together with respect, fun, and teamwork. Thank you.
Thank you, students. And just, I'll close with just a thank you to the board for supporting the initiatives that we are doing to serve our kids here at Kingsville ISD. And I want to finish with our principals again. Thank you, because, you know, I know it's sometimes a little unnerving to just let us have a conversation with the kids and not know exactly what they may ask or want to do, but you guys are being very supportive in the work that they're trying to do and trying to just make Kingsville, you know, Kingsville ISD, Gillette Middle School, and H.M. King a better place for us. So thank you guys.
I just want to close also to share with you that we have great celebrations with the students, and then we also are there for them during hard times. So we've experienced both joy and then some really difficult times with them. But I'm glad that we were able to be there and we can surround them with love and support. And they have a safe space. When we come in, they know they can trust us and we can talk openly. And we do what we can to make their life better. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Dr. Sandoval and Dr. Gutierrez. Moving on to item 7B, Capturing Kids' Hearts, National Showcase Schools designation. And now moving on to item 7B, Capturing Kids' Hearts, National Showcase School designation, Dr. Sandoval.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. Thank you, Board Trustees. I proudly stand here today to present the Capture Kids Hearts National Showcase Schools Award to our schools and our district for creating a positive and supportive learning environment where students feel comfortable, safe, and valued. The award celebrates schools that have successfully implemented the CKH process and demonstrated positive outcomes for students. Keysville Independent School District had the following campuses designated as 2024-2025 Capturing Kids' Hearts National Showcase Schools. So one of the things that CKH did when they nominated the schools, they did send them a care package with a bunch of goodies. And I believe every campus received theirs, the only one that hasn't is HM King. I'll be presenting HM King with theirs today. And so I want to go ahead and call you guys up. I'm going to call the campuses up, recognize your accomplishment, and then we'll do a photo with all the schools together with the district banner. So let's begin with AD Harvey Elementary School, second consecutive year. A&M Harrow Elementary School, second consecutive year. Jesus R. Pettis Elementary School, second consecutive year. John S. Gillette Middle School, second consecutive year. And HM King High School, Early College High School, first year. And again, I've got a banner for HM King, and then we're gonna also be updating the other banners so that we can make sure they're posted with the years that they've earned the designation. But in addition, Keysville Independent School District, first year designated as a Capturing Kids' Hearts District as well. Congratulations. Mr. Segovia, is he still here? Come on, sir. You represent our administration as well, Ken.
Woo, awesome.
Three, two, one.
Good job, everyone.
At this time, I do want to present the high school with their banner as well. We're definitely gonna get this posted front of their school. So that's more.
So when I was hired, there was one school that didn't have it, and that was the first time I
Whee! Yay, Miss Fuller. Good job.
Okay, now moving on to item 7C, the Kingsville ISD 18+ programs and services. Mrs. Laura Zimmerman.
Good evening, President Reese and school board and community. In light of all these celebrations, I'm proud to just be able to discuss a wonderful program, and I have the honor and pleasure of introducing one of our amazing teachers that I think everyone understands and knows her as Mama Ha. So the 18+ program and services are designed for special ed students to apply their skills learned during their school years in the environments that they will be accessing in adult life. So we actually have 2 different types of programs that we have to support our students. One of them is 18+ employability. And so this is designed to help those students transition for employment in the community as an adult. Employment skills are addressed through on-site training in the community, and the Texas Workforce Commission also works with our adult students and their families to help ensure that skills are acquired for employment. Then we also have our 18+ life skills program, which is designed to address the students' transition plan and cultivate the skills they need to succeed in their daily lives as an adult. So they work on home management, nutrition, personal hygiene, community integration, and this program, the students can progress also into the employability program as well. So Coastal Plains also works with our adult students in this program and their families to help ensure that skills and needs are addressed. So at this time, I wanted Mama to talk about all the wonderful things she's been doing with our students.
Good evening. It's an honor and pleasure to be here and to address you with the best program KISD has. And it's just wonderful to be with them. This is my 4th year to be with the 18+ program. It's my 42nd year in the classroom. And the last 4 have just been the most rewarding. I've got 4 students who are going to age out this year. They've reached the age of 22, and I have had the pleasure of working with them the last 4 years and helping them to mature. And of these 4, 2 of them, 1 of them will be very successful in the employment field. 1 will be successful with a job coach. The other 2 are moving on to independent living, and it has just been an honor to watch them grow. We changed the program up a little bit this year with the direction of Ms. Zimmerman. We're going to various jobs throughout the school year, and this year what we decided to do is to concentrate on a job for a 9-week period. And what we did is we spent the first 2 weeks going over the skills needed for that job, the communication, vocabulary associated with that job, and what they would need to do to be successful in that job. The 4 different areas that we worked this year were Walmart, Dollar Tree, Goodwill, and we're finishing up the library. And it has been very beneficial. The students have also learned to fill out applications. I've had 2 learn to not only write their name, but write it in cursive where they have a signature. They've learned their addresses, their phone numbers, and we go pick them up every morning. They do not ride a school bus. We try to transition into what an adult life going to a job and coming back would look like. That is our morning. Our afternoon, we take our students home, and then we go pick up 4 young men who are just a delight. I've had the pleasure of working with them Some of them 4 years, some of them 3 years. 2 of those are gonna age out. And we've worked on what's a nutritious snack, personal hygiene. We've worked on folding clothes. We have a washer and a dryer where we can do household skills. We have a bed where we can learn how to make it, change it, and things of this nature. These are the things we work on in our independent living skills, and it is just a joy and a pleasure. I go to school every day with joy in my heart because I love these kids, and they're wonderful. And I thank the Lord for the opportunity to teach them, to guide them, and to direct them. They're going to be successful citizens in Kingsville once they've left our program.
Thank you.
Now, moving on to item 7. Okay. Some questions?
Oh, yes, sir.
Can you tell me how long the 18 plus day is?
Yes, sir. So each, we have a morning program and an afternoon program, and they're 4 hours long.
Any reason why it's only half day for each?
Well, the state does not give us specific time frame, and so looking at the needs of our students each year is how we determine that for this current school year.
Is there any data out there that says half day works better than a full day or vice versa?
Yes, sir. So we did look into a lot of different types of programs. The state actually gives us different ways that we can run those programs as well.
Well, I do want to reiterate that the year that I came to Kingsville, we were having coffee and conversation sessions, and we invited CCISD. They have a huge 18-plus program, and they came to see what was the inception in the very, very beginning, what we were doing with those students. So they were very instrumental in providing the foundation and the framework to begin to build this program. Omaha just mentioned that, especially this last year, we began to redesign some of the work they're doing. And so there is some direction for a district to determine the lane. But most of it does rely on the student's ability and capability and stamina to be at work sites over the course of time. So our goal is to begin them, perhaps with 2 or 3 hours, and then be able to extend their day. We also have to find job sites. So many of the places that they do go, they have to be supervised by their employees. So we're partnering with our community, and they're welcoming us, especially Omaha, who wouldn't want to be working with her every day, because she is such a delight. But to answer your question, it is based on the students, their abilities, their stamina in the workplace. So you have a lot of different designs throughout the state and guidance from TEA, but we've come a very long way in 4 short years.
So are you saying that you created the program in the last 4 years?
No, sir.
Oh, you said CCISD.
No.
You said that.
Yeah, but just to clarify, because I'm seeing notes, I did not create the program in CCISD. However, I'm very familiar.
I didn't say that.
Okay.
You created at CCISD. Yes, you met with CCISD, I'm sorry.
Yes, in the beginning of the school year when I started, we had coffee and conversation sessions with a lot of individuals in the region. So CCISD was one that came, so did Cal Allen, to help us with our dyslexia program. So there were many things that we were just getting off the ground. I'm looking at some of the former board members that were here. And if you recall, we did share at the beginning of the overview for SPED, all of the different coffee and conversation sessions we had. But we were in Kingsville, and openly say where a lot of our students were being served, and we know that we had to do better. And we began the process of looking at what other districts, both large and small, were doing for the students that were getting to that age and how to help them to become employable.
and how to transition into community. So they could also earn a living, and many will begin to live independently and help parents through that transitional phase. Many parents' concern is, what now? What after public school? What are we gonna be able to do for our children? So those conversations start in transition much younger, starting in middle school, planning their year. I hope I was able to answer your question.
Okay, last question. For the 18+ program, can you just give us an example of what kind of activities go on for those 4 hours?
So, like Miss Harriet Williams was explaining too, in the mornings, they go out to different job sites. And again, we work with the community, but it's all based on each individual child's transition plan. So what that is the children and parents have been completing plans, talking about what they as their family and the child's needs are. And then we create a program yearly around each individual child. So we even pick sites that are based on each of the students' needs and interests and parents as well. So we go to the sites and they have different types of jobs. We also have a job checklist that the Texas Workforce was actually really excited to see us using. And they were going to be letting other people, other districts know about that too. In addition to that, our afternoon class, the life skills, like she was saying, they work on those very specific life skills. If a child is able to learn employability skills, we definitely want to work on those things. But just even having any of our students become productive citizens out in the community. So again, it depends on their transition plan and what the parents and family want and what their needs are. And so that actually drives what goals and what activities we do. Like he said, they do cooking, they learn housework, math skills so that they can go to the stores and buy things on their own as well.
Has anybody reached out to HEB by any chance? I know 2 former students who actually retired from there as
Yes, sir.
Through our 18+ program.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So that was actually one of the sites that we considered. But again, it just depends on, within each year, it's going to look very different based on those transition plans. We did not have students that were interested or families that were interested in that particular site this year, as far as the different activities that we were doing. But that's definitely on our list, and as well as many other employers in the community were also interested in helping us. We also had Region 2 come in. They were an active part. Kathleen Murch is at Region 2, and she's amazing. She oversees this particular program in this region. And so again, she also came in, observed students, our teachers, our paras. She helped us build and guide us as well to ensure that we're really giving the best opportunity for our students and families.
Thank you, Mr. Wynn. Thank you, Dr. Besson.
Thank you, everyone. Now moving on to item 7D, budget update, Dr. Litz.
Thank you, Mr. Reese, members of the board. So a couple of things. I'm not going to speak in depth tonight. I am going to just give an update on a couple of things moving forward, and then we will save the rest for the workshop coming up. There's a lot going on in the legislative session. A lot of different conversations with different bills being suggested by the House and the Senate. So far, we don't have final answers on school funding. So right now, there are several bills that could affect funding for our staff, that could affect the defeasance, that could affect tax ratification, election, health insurance, several different things that you see the current budget workshop that we have for 6-3. Again, you saw the email that I sent out proposing changing that to 6-10 just because the session ends on 6-2, and we will have more answers and be able to provide a better recommendation to you on 610. The second update I have for you is on health insurance. We've been meeting several times with our consultant. We've also met with our provider. We've met with TRS, and we don't have to give a final answer until September the 5th, recommending that we bring the consultant in, our consultant, Mr. Esquivel, and his team on our next budget workshop to talk about many different options that we've been discussing so we can make the best decision for our employees. Finally, the last thing I want to bring up is a tax ratification election. So this is something that we have not discussed before. If you could blow it up a little bit bigger, please. If you see at the very top, it talks about our tax rate. Our M&O is 0.7552, our INS is 0.6552. Our total tax rate is 1.41. And before, just a couple of years ago, our total tax rate was 1.5187. So our total tax rate has decreased by about 10 pennies. And the board has wisely, as the state has decreased the M&O rate, you see the 0.7552, they have decreased that over the last couple of years. And then we are required, whenever they decrease it to either number one, have a tax ratification election to keep it the same, or number two, to move pennies over to the INS side, or number three, to overall decrease the tax rate. And again, we have decreased it by about 10 cents over the next years. What we have an option to do in the next year is do a tax ratification election. That is, instead of moving pennies from the M&O to the INS, to move pennies back from the INS to the M&O. The advantage of that is it gives us several $100,000 extra for our M&O operations. One slight disadvantage is it decreases a little bit of the amount of debt that we can pay in that year. But right now we are at the point where every option is on the table to balance the budget on the M&O side. And we do have several extra pennies on the INS side because we've been moving it over there. So if we did a tax ratification election to move some pennies to the M&O side, the total tax rate would not increase at all for any of our community. So that's something that we're going to discuss a little bit in depth at our next budget workshop. I just kind of wanted to give you a preview of another tool that we have to raise money on our M&O side, and we will have also Mo Casey there. Mo Casey was recommended by both our financial consultant, Robert Tijerina, and also TEA. They are pretty much the experts on tax ratification elections, so they will be able to answer any questions that we have at the next workshop. I'll take any questions that the board has.
Questions? Okay, moving on to item 7E, budget recap report, check register for March 2025, Dr. Pitts.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. So just want to point out a couple of things. Clayton County Appraisal District, again, we pay that every quarter. We're required as a taxing entity. And then we have, on here, we have 6 HVAC vendors. We have Octavio Garza, Texas Chiller Systems, Lennox Industries, Quantum Mechanical Services, Texas Air System, Climatech. I just wanted to point out that we do have aging HVAC systems that need constant attention, and a lot of it is outside of our expertise to fix. So we do contract out with outside entities. As you see, there are many different entities that we have. It just depends on the best value for that particular project. We again don't have any vendor that we particularly rely on at any time. It's just what is best able to do the job in the quickest time at the best price. I don't have any other specific items to point out to you. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
I have a question about the $6,250 for CCMR services.
Yes, sir.
What services are provided?
Let me defer to Dr. Sandoval that can answer that question again. We have somebody on site for CCMR services, but Dr. Sandoval would be able to answer in more depth exactly what services those are providing.
Trying to make reference to what that CCMR service is. Okay, that's our education to the public. That's the service that we currently have helping out at HMP.
Okay.
Personnel helping out with the,
Is that a monthly charge or is that a quarterly? charge?
yeah, that's a monthly charge.
So that's,
We paid a $75,000 contract.
Sorry, what did you say?
That's the contract we pay over the course of the year, the $75,000.
Are there any other questions?
We're still contracting out or using Noel Seneca as a consultant, or what's his role?
So his role is strictly audit related. I am not a CPA, so whenever we have an audit, we need to have a CPA prepare our files for the audit. He's not the actual auditor, but he does prepare it for you. And sometimes the billing is after the fact. Again, usually our audit ends in January, but when they send the bill in, that's when we pay.
Yeah, we used him years ago as a interim, I guess.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
No more questions? Okay, hearing none, moving on to item 8, new business. By common consent, the board agrees to consider as one action item the following. It can be found on pages 26 to 42. First, the approval of the waiver of tuition for transfer students. Second, approval of special meeting minutes of April 29, 2025. And also number 3, approval of special meeting minutes of May 5th, 2025.
I have a question about the transfer. So, just for the record, I think at some point, maybe at a workshop, we need to look into the waiver transfer students. I know we're the only district around here that accepts everybody. I think we just need to take a serious look at this, because we're facing a lot of cuts. And we also need to look at, number 4, the transfer in the back. As you can see, as noted, in accordance with our policy, students fail to maintain the academic standards, attendance, our district policy, our handbook. The other school districts, they follow through with that. Bishop does, SGA. I don't know if we've done that. I don't know if we seriously did that. And we put ourselves in that position to where we don't have any teeth, but we do. It says it's right here.
So we're waiving a fee, but we're not following what's.
Well, we're not following the policy like for number 4. We're just, okay, we'll take you in, but we don't hold anybody's feet to the fire, any of the students that we accept. We seem to forget that, hey, we accepted you, but you have to do your part for us. We're accepting you. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And I think we need to take a look at the board and do something different.
And have we had any cases to where we've had to do that with any students transferred in?
Thank you, Mr. Vidales. I do oversee the students that transfer into the district from other districts. I do look at attendance, I look at discipline, I look at behavior that the students exhibit. We do look at those records before we accept students. I believe what's coming to you right now is considering whether we waive the tuition that we charge, which I think is $725, Peter. Which is the fee that we charge.
Yes, it says 7.
So that's what's being brought, but we do look at that, Mr. Chapa, but if we do want to look at that policy and maybe revise it and make it a little more stricter, because we do get feedback from the principals, if there's any concerns, at the end of the year for any students that are out of district transfers or any students that are in district transfers, that we have to look at possibly making any changes or recommendations moving back to their own campus.
No, I think it's strict in the writing, the way it's written. It's just on how it's being
Executed.
campus. Yes.
How it's being executed.
Yes, yes.
So, yeah, so I had a question that the waiver that we provide, that 752, who does it fall on? If we don't waive it, is it the parent that has to pay that to come into our district, or?
That's correct.
Okay, then the next question is, do you get feedback? You mentioned you get feedback at the end of the year. Do you get feedback about academic achievement from these transfer students by your principals?
Yeah, we do send information to our principals, and usually it's usually April that we send it in to give us information on any kids that are considering putting on probation and hold them accountable for not coming back the following school year. So we do look at that information, again, for anybody that's coming from outside the district or any students that actually transfer within the district to another campus, because we want to make sure that they follow and abide by the expectations when they were taken into that campus, of attendance, behavior, and grades as well, academics. We look at all those things.
So have you actually, and not that you have to get specific, but say in the history, say in the last 3 or 4 years since you've been here, can you think of a case where we've actually had to ask a transfer student to return to their home district? Do you have? We have? Thank you.
Is it because we denied them, Dr. Sutherland?
In what sense, what do you mean deny them?
The transfer, maybe that we accepted the transfer, and then you say that we did send them back?
Yeah, we do look at it, every year we look at all the transfer kids that come, that are in our district, and we actually make them reapply as well.
Is the 750 a one-time fee?
That's every year.
It's every year.
So do we monitor their progress once a year or throughout the year?
If principals are notified about concerns, we'll notify, the parents and there's issues with, the students' misbehavior, things like that. So that tends to be the main issues, the misbehavior or attendance. We don't usually get the ones about academics. It tends to be the discipline or attendance.
I can understand, we've got parents that move in from another state, from another town. And we waive those, but we're within district. Mr. Maddox, is there a way we can set parameters to those districts and maybe impose some, maybe, I hate for the parents to have to pay, but I think maybe their district should pay whatever they were within the
No,
county.
that'd be like saying that we, KISD, are going to pay
All the kids that go to.
all the kids that go to Bishop, that go to San Gertrudis, to all of that, and we don't. We collect taxes on those kids, but we don't get money from the state in their ADA. That money will go there. And that's kind of what the trade-off has been over the years, is that nobody really charges these transfer fees anymore.
Because we get.
So Dr. Sandoval,
Yes, ma'am.
do you have data to support the effectiveness of this program, these waivers?
I can go through our records in the last 4.5 years that I've been leading it, and I can share that with the board.
I mean, because just like it's good to bring the kids in, but we don't want to bring in, say, problems or, grades.
I do monitor that very closely, Ms. Salinas, because again, that's one of the things that I'm overseeing. And I try to make sure that students, that we're not just getting them just for the sake of getting them, especially when they come from another district. There's other things that we take into consideration. Do they live in the community? They do. We take our students. If they live in Ricardo or they're a high school student, we have an agreement with Ricardo, so we take the students. But we do look at those records and we look at and ask for them when they do enroll in the district.
A question, do we get ADA from these students that are transfer students from the state?
We do get ADA, yes, sir.
And for the record, this has nothing to do with the family that is applying to get in. It was just a thought in general, yes, for us, for the board meeting, to think about discussing later. Thank you, Dr. Sandoval.
Thank you, sir.
So now that we've had our discussion, is there a motion to approve by common consent? Item 8A?
Motion.
Motion made by Martin. Second by Delma. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Now moving on to item 8B, discussion and possible action regarding the memorandum of understanding for education for employment partners for the 2025-2026 school year. Dr. Sandoval.
Thank you, Mr. Reeves. Thank you, Board of Trustees. I'm here today we're going to do a small presentation on the Education to Employment program that's currently serving HMP High School. E2E has been here full-time 3.5 years serving the campus, and they provide support for post-secondary education to our graduating seniors and also additional support to some of our lower classmen as they get ready for that senior year. I've got Ann Black from Education to Employment and Stephanie Dotson that are going to be doing a presentation. And then afterwards, we'll take any questions you might have about the Education to Employment program currently serving the high school, and then we'll leave it for you to discuss and consider the MOU.
Good evening. My name is Ann Black. I'm the Executive Director for Education to Employment Partners. It's good to see you all again. We are representing our post-secondary advising program. As Dr. Sandoval said, we're going into year 4 of this program with Kingsville ISD. This program is done in partnership with a national funder, the Root Ed Alliance out of Chicago, Illinois. They are a private funding organization that's dedicated to post-secondary success in rural environments throughout the country. We are lucky enough that they are in South Texas and that they agree to partner. For the value of the cost share that Kingsville does over the years, y'all pay the salary for the post-secondary advisors that are on campus. We're asking for 2 this year. Y'all have seen an increase in your enrollment, and we need to add in a second advisor to make sure that all of our students are graduating successfully with the post-secondary plan. Root Ed Alliance puts in all of the extra funding, the private funding behind that, to provide all of the college tours, all of the technical assistance, all of the different seminars and visits that we're able to do, as well as decision days and professional development. So I'm going to step aside and let Stephanie, who's our Director of Post-Secondary Programs, get into the statistics for Kingsville this year.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Stephanie Dotson. I'm the Director of Post-Secondary Programs. This year, we have had 1.5 advisors, and they have done a phenomenal job. We had Savannah Sandoval and Samuel Ortegon on campus. I just want to give you kind of a view of what has happened over the last kind of 3 years that the program has been at H.M. King. As you can see, the advisors work with every student on the campus. In the fall and in the spring, they actually meet with 100% of the student population. This year, there was approximately 206 seniors that they worked with. During that time, they visit with the students and they segment every single student into college-bound, workforce-bound, or military-bound, and they determine whether they're going to go to a 4-year college, a 2-year college, if they're going to go workforce and get a certification, or whether they're going to go to the workforce without training, and then whether they're going to go military. And from that segmentation, they determine specifically what they're going to need to support those students in. So every student gets the needed support that they require for their segmentation, whether that is 100% of the students will complete the FAFSA, and I'll talk about that here in just a minute, or every student will do an application. They do it to a college, and then they also, if they're in the workforce, they do it to an employer. The workforce students also do resumes, they do mock interviews. The military, they support them with the ASVAB. The college-bound students, they make sure that they've done a state assessment, whether it's ACT, SAT, the TSI. We support TSI with boot camps. There were actually 2 boot camps that were offered this year, once in the fall and once in the spring. And we're going to continue to build on that to help support that. That's one reason why we're asking to have 2 advisors this year to really kind of help with that level 2 and level 3 support to help the students in that college readiness area. So really, that advising component is so important for those students, and that's why the advisors do that 100% meeting. We had 94.2% of students that did some form of a post-secondary application completed, and it's at 94.2. It will get to 100% because our advisors work over the summer, so they're continuing to support those workforce students to do some type of an application into the workforce. So we work with Summer Melt. It's important that students not only segment into college, but they actually are attending college. So we make sure that they're following through with their orientation and that they're actually attending in the fall. The workforce students, we make sure that they're actually getting their employment. Yes, sir, Mr. Chapta, you had a question?
I know what Summer Melt is, can you make sure, can you tell everybody else?
Absolutely. So Summer Melt, we have students that when they segment into college, they say they're going to go to college. They've done their FAFSA, they've done their college application, they've done all of those parts and pieces, but for some reason there is a barrier that occurs over the summer that they don't follow through with their plan. And it can be various things. They're tired. They don't want to follow through. They kind of enjoy that summer break and want to continue that for a little bit longer. Sometimes there's illness. Sometimes there's something happens within the family. Lots of variables that occur. And so students don't follow through with their plan for the fall semester. They don't attend orientation, therefore they can't register. They don't know how to get with an advisor. Again, they can't register for the fall. So Summer Melt occurs. And then what happens is because they don't attend in the fall, they're not in their class, districts don't get credit. And so a big part of our advising program is that our advisors work over the summer and they continue to reach out to those students. Did you attend orientation? Okay, you attended orientation. Now have you spoken to your advisor in your program? I don't know how to do that. Well, let's reach out and find out who that person is. Here's the phone number. Let's contact them. Have you gotten your fall schedule? Can you send me a copy of that to make sure they have it? Do you know where your building is? Here's a copy of the map for the campus you're attending. So they reach out throughout the summer to make sure that those things are happening. If they're military bound, they have to actually enlist for the districts to get credit for that. Maybe they've gone to the MEPS and there's suddenly some medical issue that they weren't able to enlist in the military. Their plan A is now out of the question. So our advisors have actually helped them complete their FAFSA. So maybe plan B is what we have to do. So they're going to help them with plan B. So maybe we need to get the certification while we find out what we can do with that medical situation. So we're helping with all of those things. We also don't want that workforce student to just sit on the couch and not follow through. We want them to be productive citizens and get a livable wage. So we're going to continue to help them and direct them to the workforce solutions of the Coastal Bend. Hey, have you continued with your resume? Did you finish it? Do I need to help you secure some type of clothing for your interview because you do need to dress up? What can I do to help you? So we continue doing that. We also have students that reach out after they graduate and are still going to college they remember, hey, I don't know how to do my FAFSA, can you help me again? And we'll do that. So these advisors continue because they've built that relationship, and it's so extremely important. So those college applications will continue to go up over the summer. So thank you for having me continue with that. Parent engagement, you can see that's been growing, but it's not where we want it to be, because we understand with parent engagement, we have to have the parents involved for students to follow through and continue on that growth of post-secondary development. So we will continue to build on parent engagement over and over. And we all know as educators, that's always hard, but we're going to continue to strive to get that to 100, but we're going to continue. Post-secondary plan will always strive for 100 because that's our goal. We want every student to cross the stage at the end with a plan, and not just one plan, but 2 plans, because we know things can happen. Financial plan is our newest, and we're at 98.1. We want students to understand what a livable wage looks like, not just a wage. We want them to understand how much money they need to actually provide for themselves. I still need that. So I try to look at the financial plan myself. And it's getting tougher and tougher, as we all know. So we want to provide those skills to our students as they're getting ready to graduate. I put the FAFSA completion. You can see it kind of dropped, but that was as of 5/15. I looked again today, we're at 99.8. We have 2 students that our advisors saw 1 more week, so they're going to keep pushing and pushing. We have some students that have completed all of their credits. It's just hard to get a hold of them. But our students will not give up. Our advisors will not give up. They're going to keep pushing and pushing until the possible end to get them all to complete FAFSA. And I want people to realize it's 100% we're striving for. It's not 100% because we want that 100%. It's 100% because we want every student to have an opportunity. It's that we want them to have that choice of doing whatever they want. And so that's why we strive for the 100%. So that's kind of our overall percentages. I want to kind of move from percentages because I think that's phenomenal. But the biggest thing for me is success stories. It's about students. I'm an ex-educator, so I always go back to students and what this really means for them. And it's the impact that we can make. Jose Senior, these are students our advisors have advised, and just attending, stays focused on his plan. He's got scholarships. He's going to go to TAMUK. We have another student, Kim. She's planning on going to the Island University. These are just some that are going local. We provide college tours to the students. When I come to visit, there are tons of students in the advising room. But just recently, and I didn't have the opportunity because I sent this earlier, but Savannah, who is an advisor here, was invited to an event. And if you can give me just a minute of your time, I just wanted to read a letter. She was invited to a group of top 10 students that selected someone who made an impact in their lives. And this was actually the letter from the student, but it said, "Dear Mrs. Sandoval, I want to take this moment to express my sincere appreciation for all that you've done for me. Your guidance and support has been key, especially in the challenging process of applying for college and securing scholarships. I feel overwhelmed, especially when I felt overwhelmed in starting my admissions process for UT, with me thinking it was too late to even apply to my dream school. But you actually walked me through every step, even when it felt endless calls with admission. And all thanks to God, I was actually accepted and able to attend UT Austin in the fall. Your door was always open, and no matter what the challenge or question I had, it seemed you always had an answer, no matter how busy you were. I truly appreciate your dedication and your personal investment you've made in my success. I am eternally grateful for your unwavering support and guidance. Again, thank you for everything, Mrs. Savannah. I know you have counselors. I know they work immensely hard. But without an advisor that can work on specifically post-secondary advising, 206 students could not have a post-secondary plan. Any questions?
Actually, I have two questions, but they're for Dr. Sandoval. First question is there any reason why we didn't have the MOU in the board packet? And then second, what would we actually be voting on if we don't have the MOU? Because that's my question.
I want to apologize that MOU should have been in the packet. The MOU is similar to what we had last year, Mr. Reese. One slight difference, or two differences actually. The MOU in the past has been $75,000 for a year, and that was to give us 1.5 advisors. We are, the MOU this year for, or 25-26 is going to increase to $80,000, a $5,000 increase, but they will be providing 2 full-time advisors to HM King. But the MOU, I'm not sure why it's not in there, but it was provided to us by Education. It should have been added.
Okay, I would just hate to vote on something that I haven't actually looked at it, so I don't know if we can both.
Yes, Mr. President, the board may take action on it by either authorizing the administration to review and execute it, or to authorize legal counsel to review and to review on behalf of administration for execution. So if the board would like either of those entities to review it, the board's welcome to approve this now pending those reviews.
There's been a couple of things said that I need to clarify. We pay for the counselors, or we pay you and you pay for the counselors?
So, I need that. You pay the majority of the salary for the 2 post-secondary advisors. So we're only charging $5,000 more because Root Alliance, which is the private funding partner for this program, is covering the rest of that second salary. So we're able to provide that for the ISD with the support of the private funding.
All right, I need to go even more basic than that. Do they get a paycheck from your organization or KISD?
So all of the advisors in the post-secondary program work for Education to Employment Partners.
I know when we looked at this 4 years ago when we first started it, there was some discussion about, we do have counselors, and historically this role has fallen upon counselors to do. However, counselors over the years have gotten an awful lot of other things on their plate. And I think the program has been very successful. I appreciate the job that you've come in and done. The preparation for the TSI, the preparation for the FAFSA, the working with the students to develop a plan is something that may have been done for some students in the past, but not across the board as I think it's being done now. My issue is, I think 4 years ago, our enrollment numbers were actually lower than they are now. And so there was a comment made about, your enrollment has increased. I don't think it has. And so that gives me a little concern about increasing with it decreasing when every single penny we've got coming down the pike has got to be squeezed.
Our senior class for next year, class of 2026, is actually projected to be larger than our current class. Ms. Moore, I don't know if you know what your numbers for your current junior class is, but I want to say it was approximately the 230 range, and we're currently at 206. So one of the reasons why Education Diploma was looking to add another half, person or advisor to the group was because of our projections.
A question for E2E.
Yes, sir.
What other districts are you involved in ESC two? Can you name them?
Yes, I can actually. She's really good at rattling off the list right now.
I think I can rattle them off. Falfurrias, Brooks County, Fremont, let me go, Mathis, Taft, Skidmore, Bishop, Ingleside, GP, Aransas Pass, Banquete, Ben Bolt, Agua Dulce, where is it?
Alice.
Alice, thank you. That's it.
How many counselors do you have how many do you have in GP, and how many do you have in Alice right now?
In Alice, there will be 3.
They currently have 2 full-time.
And what's their graduating class? Closer to 300?
Yes, sir.
And GP?
GP is part of a different granting source, so we can't really compare that one. The theory of thought behind advising is approximately 120 students per advisor is a good thought for successful advising. So that's what we usually base it off of.
And do we know what GP's graduation class is? Is it closer to probably 300 also?
Correct.
All right, one more clarification. So, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, the junior class is 236.
All right, and our senior class is about
206.
206. Wait, you got sophomores?
Like, yes, I know. Sophomores is 231 and freshmen 271.
Okay. And there's some attrition that will take place over those years, unfortunately. Let me make sure I understand. So we have been paying $75,000, and we've been getting 1.5 counselors. So for $5,000 more a year, we can get that other half person to be 2.
So I want to clarify, they're not counselors, these are post-secondary advisors,
Right,
so there
right,
is
right,
a difference.
No, I got it.
What we're able to do, the agreement with Root Ed Alliance is that the districts will use some of their outcome bonus funding as that increases over the years to pay for the post-secondary advising program. Root Ed Alliance realizes that there are very few districts in Texas right now that are getting their outcome bonus funding. So we're using a cost share model to make sure that the districts have buy-in. So while you are only increasing by $5,000 on your contract, our obligation with Root Ed is going from $114,000 to $140,000. So we're jumping another $26,000 in what the program total cost for Kingsville ISD is. It's just that that's being covered on the private funding side.
And this is a 1-year contract?
This is a 1-year contract, yeah. So we revisit this year over year. Are there any other questions? And I do want to clarify that this does include all of the college visits, the FAFSA incentives, all of the things that are not covered by the Kingsville ISD portion of the contract.
Looking down the road and y'all's experience, okay, you've been here 3, 4, 3.5?
3.5 years, yes.
Okay. What's your history with some of the other districts? What's like the longest you've been in a district? How you do?
This is the longest district. So y'all came in the spring of 22. We had another group of 6 that started in the fall of 23. Kingsville ISD agreed to be the pilot for this program in South Texas. This is a proven program throughout the country. And so y'all came in and were that. After the year after that, CCISD came on board, and we started adding districts from there. So out of the 42 school districts in ESC, we're in 19 of them. We have about 6 on the waiting list that are hoping to get into the program. The only way that we're able to do with the funding taking on new districts is to get our cost share districts to, pay their part of the contract and do their cost share.
What, and this will be purely anecdotal and speculative, but it would seem to me that when you go into our area, specifically Corpus Christi South, Brooks, Fremont, Alice, and you have a high number of citizens that have not traditionally experienced college. It's not been a family focus. And so I would think that the educational process that you're going through with these students and these families might make it easier down the road with child number 2 or number 3 or the neighbor or somebody or by word of mouth. So it could be that down the road, if our numbers continue to dwindle a bit, that perhaps we could get back to 1.5 or something.
Absolutely, and that's why the MOU is year to year, and that's why we want this to be a very mobile, flexible program. I do want to highlight on the education to employment partners side that we also just signed an MOU with Claver County to install an adult navigator at the new Claver County Economic Development and Disaster Response Center. The judge felt like that was a really important thing to do, and that navigator will actually be dedicated to adult upskilling and reskilling in Claver County. We have had someone in Jim Wells County for 3 years as part of an adult upskilling and reskilling program, and we've seen a lot of parents and older folks from Claver County coming into Jim Wells County because they want service and support to increase their employment. So this is in partnership with that program, and part of what we do in our parent meetings is talk to the parents about, any goals that they may have that we may be able to support. So E2Es continue in the 7th grade all the way through adulthood.
Do we not, I'm gonna ask the fellow board members here, do we not have another agency that's already doing something similar?
Avid, you're talking about Avid?
It's that gentleman that came,
You're my predecessor.
Speaking of Jeff, there wasn't, you talked about incentives, and then Jeff
Yes.
gave us a maximum of what we could potentially get. And then I think he may have come and then told us what we actually did receive. What are the projections for, do you see any projections, or how did we do last year as far as net revenue from the incentives?
Oh, from the outcomes bonus funding,
Yes.
is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
One of the things that I want to begin this conversation about outcome-based measures is that it's a 2-year lagging indicator. So any of the work that they're doing with education employment, we won't see it for 2 years. And one of the things that we struggle with at HM King, and I'll just be, upfront, we're not getting enough kids to pass that TSI like we need to. That's still one of the things that we're working with. You have the high school counselors, the high school administration. We have partnered with College Spring just in the last month and a half, and we are going to be rolling out and utilizing College Spring for our TSI Prep 3rd HM King. But again, we haven't got any TSI outcome-based measures in 2 years, Dr. Pitts. When was the last time we got it? Was it 2023? And we just got information, and we're looking at data right now. We are like at the threshold of where we can start earning money, but for every kid that is not, meeting the CCMR indicators or going to college and doing that part, the TSI membership or TSI participation and the success rate is not at the level it needs to be at currently. So we're currently working on that with the high school administration and our counselors. You want to speak to that?
I was just gonna say, and that was one of the things that we noticed is the outcome-based measures right away when I started. And so we have been pushing the TSI, exploring different options. I know they held two face-to-face TSI, and then we were able to test our kids all the way to the point now that our kids begged us to do a TSI this week, last week of school. The transition is changing, and the expectations of the kids are changing, but also the support and being able to offer them and then be ready to take that test. So outcome-based measures is on our radar, and so in the coming years, like he said, it's 2 years behind, but we definitely know that with the percentage of the kids that are testing now and passing, that we will have outcome-based.
Was Dr. Garcia, was she able to see this or read over this? You did get a copy to it?
Yes, we met with Dr. Garcia last Friday, Mr. Vidales.
Okay.
Ms. Black and Ms. Dodson presented the same presentation you got today, talked about, what we're doing moving forward, and Dr. Garcia did give us a blessing to present to the board.
And did she have any thoughts or any comments, or was it just more of a presentation, listening?
She did have some feedback, and she definitely wants to make sure, and it goes back to the TSI, the conversation we've just had, make sure that we have a better process and program to support the TSI initiative at HMG High School. But again, we've started the process with College Spring. It's just a matter of, following through and making sure that we get more kids exposed to TSI at an earlier age. We talked about doing it starting at the end of 8th grade year and make sure that all kids are getting exposed to it. Education to Employment provides additional support with TSI prep and getting kids ready, so they're kind of like a safety net for those kids that we can get. And so it's definitely something that's on the top of our list of making sure we set up that TSI program to meet and serve all kids at HMG High School.
Dr. Sandoval, I'm sorry, one more time. It's a lot of information to retain, but how do we get the incentive again? Can you just give us what things need to happen before we get money?
It's a certain percent of the kids that need to have met TSI, and based off whether kids are being served in the special ed program, regular ed students, and whether kids are economically disadvantaged. And once that threshold is met, any kid above that threshold is going to earn us, either $3,000, $5,000, or what's the other amount? $2,000 per kid. So, the sky's the limit in terms of what we can achieve. TSI has been that weight around our ankle where we're not, we've got to definitely get kids more in front of that TSI more consistently and give them the prep they need to be successful with TSI. That's why we moved forward with College Spring early this semester.
So we have made zero so far. Is that all right?
2 years ago, we made, was it 12,000, 15,000, Peter, what was the number? 30,000. Last 2 years, we haven't got anything out of outcome-based measures.
So is there any, as far as TSI camps for at HM King for incoming freshmen in the summer, do they still do that?
We are currently doing that, Mr. Velez, for all our kids coming into early college high school. We have met as a leadership team at the high school, talking about our plan moving forward, and I'll let Ms. Moore speak a little bit to that, because she's part of that conversation and leading that conversation with the leadership team at the high school and as well as central office.
So our students that are coming in as 8th graders to 9th grade, we do have a summer bridge already set up. We have the program, the College Spring is being offered to us this year for free, and the next year we have a donor that's going to pay for that. So we have the next year and a half. So we're working on that. We also, our current freshmen that will be sophomores next year, a lot of them had not taken the TSI, even that were in college. So we pushed for all of them to take it. We signed up, and all of those individuals had taken it. We actually met with Del Mar today, and a lot of our kids are now college ready. So it is a big push. I can get some numbers for you so that way y'all can see how many kids have taken the test TSI this year, and where we're at right now. We're hosting one tomorrow, so we have kids asking for it. So that's the best part, is when kids want to take it and be ready. We've set some stipulations up too of seniors and having off periods. We want them to be ready after high school. So for those also, they need to be TSI ready.
So, I actually have a question. So for those students that take the college prep courses, that actually makes them exempt from having to take the TSI, is that right?
It does make them, well, it does, but we push for them still to take the TSI because you never know if they change their mind.
So is there any thought of maybe in those college prep courses to maybe have some TSI preparation in those?
Yes, so our plan for next year is the College Spring program to also get it into our, some of our classes, and those are some of them. So that way we can have them both ready, the college prep and the TSI.
Very good, thank you.
When y'all had asked about outcomes bonus, I kind of stepped back away for just a minute, just because we had presented a Contigo report at the high school earlier in the year. And Ms. Moore was in that meeting and we had a lot of discussion. So that's why I stepped back, because there was a lot of discussion and kind of planning on her end at the high school on how they were going to move forward with that TSI component. Because to get outcomes bonus, that is really the meat and potatoes of the whole thing. So when you talk about, you know, the college prep course, it kind of exempts them from taking TSI, but it does not help with your outcomes bonus at all. So trying to help students and parents understand that piece is kind of a hard pill to swallow. Like, you're getting exempt from the TSI, however, we really still want you to take it. That's kind of, so on the high school level, it's her trying to plan on how to bridge all of that conversation and make that planning along with the middle school and how they're gonna do all of that. So it's kind of, that's not our part. Ours is the support piece on, you know, how we can help bridge that for the high school. So that's kind of why I took myself and we kind of stepped back from that.
Just really quick on the root ed side, I just want to kind of clarify with all of our education partners for all of our ISDs, these are ongoing conversations. Last year, we were asked to put more into TSI support for some of our districts, and we spent an additional $58,000 on those TSI boot camps and supports for those 19 districts. A large portion of that was spent to hold events in Kingsville as well. But those are ongoing conversations that we have to support the administration when they come up with something they think might be a good fit. We are happy to go back to our funders and ask if they can support.
You know, I'm reading the KISD, the things that we have to provide as far as phone lines, computers, internet, and then number 2, provide district emails. Okay. 3, appoint a KISD level and campus contact person to assist with program development, implementation, and evaluation. What's that about?
We just have like the counselor for the seniors that just kind of oversees, so that it's that person for communication, just somebody on the campus that just supports. So I'm actually the person who comes to the campus that does all the evaluations, that does all of the training with the advisor, but we always have a point of contact with on the campus for the advisor.
Number 4, provide an on-site mentor to help the advisors deliberate into the school environment.
Again, that is just a counselor that to help if there is an event. So it's somebody there, so they're not alone. They're not an alone entity that doesn't integrate within the environment on the campus. So if there is, you know, as a senior counselor, they're planning senior events or they're planning senior meetings, they just make sure that the advisor is also included in those meetings. They're not just by themselves. So it's not an added duty for that counselor at all. That is not something that we add onto them. We make sure that they understand this is not somebody that they're responsible for training or that they're responsible for having to monitor, but it is their point of contact on the campus if they have any questions that they can go to and ask.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
One other thing I just want to say that Ms. Savannah does is we have FAFSA nights once a month, and then now in May we've had it twice a month. So she has lots of families and parents that come out, and she helps support the parents. After hours, she'll flex her hours so that way it never goes over. And so that way she can meet with the families and help them do FAFSA, because of course we have the parent and the student part of the FAFSA. So she does that at least once a month, now that we're getting closer to graduation, twice a month.
Dr. Pitts, is this something that's paid monthly or we pay it?
It is monthly.
Thank you.
Okay, after having a discussion, I guess, receiving the MOU, do we have a motion to accept the?
Mr. President, I move that we accept the MOU at the increased price of $80,000 for the 2026.
Motion made by Brian, seconded by Martin. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 8C, discussion and possible action regarding H.M. King High School drainage repairs. Dr. Pitts.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. I'm just going to give a short background, and then I'm going to turn the microphone over to Amos Byington from AGCM. So we went out for bids for this in the fall. We received only one bid. It was over $2.1 million, and that was over our budget. Right now, we have $1.7 million in our construction fund that was put there from the construction lawsuit that we have. We have to use that money first to remedy that issue at the high school. So we were looking for something under $1.7 million to remedy that situation. And as you see, we did receive two bids that were underneath that. If the board approves this tonight, then we would be able to get the majority of this work done in the summer so that it would not interfere with student activity at the high school. Let me turn this over to Mr. Amos Byington, our project manager from AGCM.
Good evening, how are you? Board members, last time I was here was back in November. As Dr. Pitts was saying, at that time we went up to bid and we had one bidder and it came in over budget. I'm going to go through a quick presentation. I'm going to go kind of fast because I'm going to cover a little bit of history just to get us back up to speed since it's been some time. And if you have any questions, please let me know. Stop and talk about that. So, top one. Okay, so where are we in the process? The process, originally we collected some data, there was some, we digested the data, we procured a civil engineer, we did some topographical survey, we did a site investigation, there was an extra investigation we did on the foundation edge. We developed a scope, we we went through a design process, we secured a building permit, I put together bid documents and we went out to bid. And then we were over budget on that one bid. So what we just did was we went out to bid again. So that's where we are right now on that second to the last. So what is that second to last process was the rebid. So what did we do? We advertised a couple of times in the newspaper, local newspaper and the Corpus Christi newspaper. We did an advertisement on CivCast. We did a pre-bid conference. We issued an addenda. From the pre-bid conference, there was a bid deadline that came and gone. We opened the bids, we graded them, and here we are right now, making a recommendation for best value to the board. I'm going to go back a little bit further. As Dr. Pitts said, the previous bid that we had back in November, it was 2.1. There was an alternate that was in there as well. That was not part of the bid, so when you add them together, it's actually 2.5 million. If we were to do all the work, including the amendment. at that time, we made a recommendation to the board, and it was to rebid in 2025. We were going to take some of the work and make it an alternate, so that there was a geomembrane that was in the base bid at that time. We were going to move it and make it an alternate. So if we came in over budget again, we could back that number out and not do it. It was kind of an insurance kind of activity to begin with, so we felt comfortable in taking it out if we needed to. The other item, the crawl space drainage improvement, we also made that an alternate. That is something that can be done at a later date, so we wanted the ability to back it out of this new bid. So we did all these items. And we went out to bid this year. And this is a spreadsheet that I kind of shared, a similar spreadsheet with you back in November. Is how we kind of track some of the activities during the bid process. Some of this is just acknowledging who has downloaded the plans, specifications. Some of it is phone calls that we made on behalf, just alerting contractors, letting them know that things are out to bid, and being available for them to answer questions. This is the tabulation for this time around. We had, again, two bidders. There was Due West and KLI. The numbers are very close, which was, that's always a really good sign. You can see that, I'm gonna go over at the bottom left is what these were the bid numbers of Due West, the low bidder, and it's 1.3. For that same alternate that we had on the first bid, it had to do with spraying insulation on the underside of the slab. And it's similar to the number we got last time. And then those two that we made alternates, that 47, that's that liner that we backed out. And then there is the underslab drainage, which was 39. All of that, you add all that together and it's 1.8. And the scope never changed. And so if you go back to the first bid back in November, it was 2.5. And so I think that y'all made a great decision in going back out to bid again. I think that really we ended up saving about $700,000 in the process. The best value is on the right, and we're recommending that we don't do the insulation, which was something that we were probably not going to do on the first bid anyway. We feel like the liner that's a great price for the liner. I thought it was going to be about 150 probably, and so at 47 we feel like that would be a great something. It's a great insurance, and it's a great price for that activity. And then the underslab, it is also about where it should be, and we should probably just move forward with that as well. So it all comes out to about 1.4. Any questions?
Mr. Byington, yes.
Yes.
First of all, thanks for hanging in there.
Sure. No worries.
I know you said they're Due West, said they have great, have a lot of experience and did good references. Have you personally worked with them, or?
I have not. I'll just speak openly. They're more of a service company, so they go in and take care of things. They do several other things as well, but one of the things that they do, they're able to act very quickly, and they do a lot of self-performing, and they have these relationships with subcontractors where they can move on something quickly. They're more on the service side versus the new construction type contractor. I have grown in answering some of their questions and being around them. I have a lot of confidence in their abilities at this point. We did make a lot of phone calls to their references.
Okay, my last question is about the budget. Is, as you see, it's under budget, which is good, but what do you normally see in cost overruns? 10%, 15%? Do you think this might be a cost overrun? Is that I know that happens a lot, right?
Are you talking about the first time that it happened or at this point?
At this point, do you foresee any?
Oh, are you saying, so first of all, I'll say this, and I have another slide as we go forward, I'll let you know what's in that base bid. But one of the things that's in that base bid is the $50,000 owner's contingency that we can draw on if we need to. If it's not spent, you get to keep it. So it's, and there's actually two other allowances as well. I'll keep going, I'll show you that in just a second. This is the schedule, it's our current schedule, like Dr. Pitts said. Our plan is to act very quickly, if at all possible. If you guys vote to move forward, we want to try to get a contract executed by the end of the week. So we've been already talking with the contractor just to make sure that maybe potentially that can happen. And then on next Tuesday after the holiday, issue a notice to proceed. And then we're working through plans for them to access the site as quickly as possible so that we can take advantage of the summer school. That's what this schedule talks about. Up to the top, it talks about what the high school schedules are when the summer school is. Yes, absolutely.
So on the summer school, we did move the summer school to Gillette from the high school, just so that we could kind of facilitate this and make sure the students aren't affected.
This slide here is a total project cost. Dr. Pitts asked me to share that with you, so it includes soft costs and construction costs. So at the top is project management costs. There was a survey that we did, there's civil engineering costs, and then there was a masonry investigation, so that all comes to about 122. The construction cost, we just went through the best value, which is not taking alternate number 1, but taking alternate number 2 and 3. That comes to 1.4. In the base bid, over to the right in the yellow box, it talks about 24,000, which is an insulation demo allowance. And so there is a unit cost of 75 cents a square foot that the contractor gave us, that they will, for every square foot, they'll charge us 75 cents, and that'll come out of the 24,000. If it comes out to be less than 25,000, that the remainder of the money stays with the school district. Similarly, there's a $16,000 pipe hanger allowance. They have given us unit costs for our pipe hangers, and so as we go through and change out the pipe hangers, they'll count it and they'll deduct that unit cost from the 16,000. The remainder will stay with the district. And then there's that $50,000 contingency allowance. Hopefully we don't have to dip into it, and that will come back as well. So total project cost is 1.5.
So who's gonna be like the site manager as far as representing AISD?
AGCM will be there. So I typically take care of a lot of pre-construction type activities. And then we have a guy, his name is Chris Scholl, and he'll be on site.
He'll be actually going underneath what work's happening.
Yes, he'll be
Quality
doing
control and all that.
quality assurance is what he'll be doing.
Your calculations indicate that the 24,000 is sufficient. I mean, honestly, if it comes out last, money comes back to us, but what happens if it comes out, and when do we get notified that?
So, we'll get notified at the end of the project when we kind of put all the costs on the table and run any change orders that need to be made. So all that will be official at the end of the project, which will only be in a couple months. So
I understand, but what if at the end of the project, they say, well, we estimated 24,000, but it actually came out to 48,000?
So that the extra money would come out of the $50,000 contingency. We're hoping that's not going to happen. We took stabs at those contingency amounts and those allowances amounts, not knowing what the unit costs were going to be from the contractors. So we had to make some assumptions in doing that. I still feel pretty comfortable about it.
Okay, because you do know the unit cost now, right?
I do it, yes, I do, yes. But the other thing we don't know, the reason why we have unit costs is there's not a true understanding of how much insulation is underneath there until we get underneath there, so. And so that's where we are now. Hello? Okay. So that's where we are. We feel like the best value for this is hiring Due West for the base bid and also the alternate number 2 and 3.
So do we, okay, any more discussion?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, so, do we have a motion to accept, the recommendation?
So,
Motion made by Martin, second.
second.
Second by David Garcia. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Moving on to item 8D, discussion of possible action regarding the depository contract renewal for the 25-27 biennium. Dr. Pitts.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. Every 2 years, we need to have our depositor renewed by the board. Prosperity has been a great depositor. They have given us good interest rates. They don't charge fees on anything. They have great fraud protection, excellent customer service whenever we call. They're always available. And we are requesting renewal for the next 2 years. I will answer any questions that you have.
Why is it 2 years?
It is just, that is what's set by TA, that every 2 years we are required to get it renewed.
And did you go out for bids?
We didn't go out for bids this year. We're not required to go out for bids this year, but we did go out for bids in the past. And again, they were the top value for the district.
We had Claybrook Bank before.
We had Claybird Bank in the past. It's been 12 years. It's been 12 years with Prosperity. It has.
Any more questions or discussion? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept the depository contract renewal for the 25-27 biennium?
So moved.
Motion made by Jake Bettis. Second?
Second.
Second by Brian Kufal. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Now moving on to item 8E, discussion and possible action regarding donation from Pattern Golf Win LLC. Dr. Pitts.
Thank you. We actually have 2 Pattern Golf Win 2500 to the HMK volleyball team, and also a $1,000 donation from CIS to Harrell Elementary for end of year field day supplies for that. I'll take any questions that you have.
That's a comment also, they have been a consistent supporter of the Cassie Education Foundation's golf tournament, so thank you to Pattern and Golf.
No question, just a comment for me, and I appreciate these donations coming to the board now, so we can know and thank whoever's doing it, and making the donations, before and not after the fact.
You're welcome, and we did invite them. They weren't able to attend.
Okay, hearing no more discussion, do I hear a motion to accept the donation from Pattern Golf Win LLC?
So no.
Motion made by David, second.
Second.
Second made by Jake. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Just to clarify, we didn't mention the second donation from CIS to Harrell.
Okay.
Is that one approved as well, or?
Do we have a motion to accept the donation for Harold Elementary?
From CIS for $1,000.
CIS for $1,000.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Menelas, second by Brian Kuba. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 6-1. Thank you, Dr. Fitz. Now moving on to item 8F, discussion of possible action regarding the Gillette Middle School CTE equipment, instructional material, and curriculum. Ms. Debbie Winslow.
I discussed this venture, I guess, 2 meetings ago, and we talked about Paxton Patterson. I went and got some quotes, trying to get similarities, and I went with Pittsco Education and also Project Lead the Way. They're the only ones that had something that was comparable to what we were asking for. And if you notice the prices of the Paxton was $85,930. And then you go to Pittsco Education, that was $146,186. And then you go to the Project Lead the Way, and that was $159,119. And the labs are to help our students be career and high school ready, and for them to get a venture on what career pathways that we're offering at the high school, so that the kids are prepared and what career pathway they want to actually get into, because after their freshman year, they cannot change their career pathway. And now it's more serious than ever, because this coming year, the students have to have at least 4 classes with 4 credits, or 3 classes with 4 credits, in order to get their CCMR and be able to take their license and certification. So this program is it's probably more vital now than ever. What are we investing in? For our fully supported, up-to-date learning systems that are relevant to the students today, investing in all the curriculum, the content, activity tools, and everything. And we don't have any yearly subscriptions, and we renew the site every 5 years, and that renewal price is going to be $3,800 every 5 years. Yes, we will have to update supply needs and stuff, but these 2 classes that we're going to be opening will generate CTE funds, because we are coding it in that area. So we will still continue to generate CTE funds, and we will be able to pay for the teacher and the supplies needed for that class. Every 7th grader will be taking these classes. So in the long run, it'll benefit the district also. Course delivery highlights, 65% of the students is a hands-on career learning. Yes, they do the computer part, and they have to know, they have to learn all the curriculum first before they can do the hands-on. But when this project gets going and these classes get going, you're going to see positive things happening for our school district. You're going to see that the kids are engaged. And it is going to be like helping them to do their research about what college and careers they want. This is everything that we're driving for this district. If you look at the very last page, it has the lab design and upgrade. And they came in and they looked at our labs. We're using 2 science labs that are right next to each other. And there's a hallway in between. We decided that we're going to use that hallway in between as a like a green room. And it also has where we can store the supplies, but the science labs they have the sinks where we need the sinks. It has the light where we need the light. It has the cabinets where we need the cabinets. We're not having to buy any furniture or anything to go with this because we have everything in place already. So that's gonna save a lot of money for the district because these rooms that were selected by Ms. Isageta at the Gillette Middle School are amazing. So I'm real excited about this and I hope that y'all are too.
So, Ms. Menzel, I have a question. So what is our initial investment? Is that $85,930 because that was the lowest bid or whatever? Or?
That is the product that we really wanted, but that was our lowest bid. And also, but we're opening up, if you look at it on where it says Patterson, Paxton Patterson, it tells you all the different programs that we're getting for that. We're getting the design and marketing, the cosmetology involving the veterinary medicine, the digital audio production, the home maintenance systems, the video production, the nursing, the engine stand combination, the introduction to culinary arts, the material process and design, the structural engineering, the welding basis, the energy and power, the electrical electrons, the criminalistic, the flight and drone technology, the robotics, the robotic EX. They also will assemble everything. They will also give us staff development on this so that all of our teachers are prepared on how to teach it with enthusiasm and to get our kids engaged the way they need to. We want this to be a win-win situation, not only for the middle school, but to lead on into the high school and after school when they graduate.
Now, do we have staff on board already for this?
Yes, sir.
We do. Are they DOI teachers or certified, or, I mean, who do we have ready for this?
Ms. Isageta is coming up to help me with that.
We had 2 teachers that are currently employed at Gillette Middle School. One of them was doing the college and career exploration class, and the other was doing the robotics class. So that's who when we met with our district folks, we decided that those 2 individuals would be the very best. And they've already been notified, so I can make it public. Nick Lopez and Joseph Bettis.
I'm assuming they're gonna have full loads all day long then.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Yes,
yes, sir. Yes, sir. What?
The way it's been designed, based on, if y'all approve the expenditure, what we have done is the particular modules that were purchased, half of them are going to be those that are right in line with the pathways that are offered at the high school. And then the other half are just career exploration for the students to be able to see the different careers that exist so that they can start to broaden their horizons and see the opportunities that exist for them once they get into the market or the workforce.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
So some of this is coming out of a grant, is that right, Ms. Winslow?
We have the Carl Perkins funds and state funds, or y'all call them local funds here. And the Carl Perkins funds, we have a large amount still left in that. But when I did this bidding, I did it individually. I did not do it as a group. I did it where we got individual quotes for each deal where I could pull it out of any, whether it's a state grant or a federal grant. because you can't, supplant. So when I'm bidding on it, I'm bidding on cosmetology and barbering by itself. So that way I could do what is right for the district and fair for all. But thank you, yes.
Any more questions? Okay, do I hear a motion to accept the recommendation for the purchase of this Gillette Middle School CTE equipment, instructional material and curriculum? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by David Garcia,
I'll second.
second by Delma. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to item 8G, discussion and possible action regarding the innovative courses for 25-26 school year. Ms. Winslow.
Yes, I'm presenting to you all the innovative courses that we want for the 2025-2026 school year. And I'm going to explain to you why we're looking at all these different innovative courses. Innovative courses have to be approved by the board in April, May, so that we can prepare for the next year. And we have put general employment skills and student to industrial connection there, because the Texas workforce has let us know that it's discontinuing opportunities now for Kingsville ISD. Any CTE teacher or a special ed teacher can teach this, and it will generate funds for the school district, and it will pay for itself. We will be using those 2 classes to help our special ed students and to see it at a higher level. And we will look into workforce for these kids where they go out and then we get them, trying to give them successful jobs and stuff and prepare them. Yes, sir.
So the one ending in 153, that is for special ed students?
Both of them are 153 and 154.
District connection, thank you.
You're welcome, sir. We also asked for the advanced floral design. This is more for our care program. Yes, this is a level 3 class, and because of the 4-4 or the 3-4 completers, we only can use this as a level 3. We still have to have another class after that, which we'll probably use as a practicum, and try to get our care students to go into a job site where they can work with a floral or an opportunity like that. So we're trying to do what we can to help them and prepare them for the real world and the workforce. Also, we're looking at the 129.0010 student leadership for the next coming year. And this is to build, to work hand in hand with our early college. We have 71 students to build and prepare for success in college, and we think that by doing student leadership, this will help our early college students to succeed at a higher level. This is not a CTE class, and it does not generate funds.
So who's gonna teach that class?
Well, at this time, we just want to have this in hand in case we decide to go this route.
And we will have that staff already here.
We'll have someone on base. We're not going to ask for anyone new. Questions?
Any more questions? Okay, hearing none. Do I hear a motion to accept the recommendation from administration regarding the innovative courses for 25-26 school year?
So moved.
Motion made by Martine, second by Delma. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you very much for your.
You're welcome. Thank you, Ms. Winslow. Moving on to item 8H, discussion and possible action regarding the optional flexible school day program for the 2025-2026 school year. Dr. Sandoval.
Board of Trustees. Today, I'm bringing to you the optional flexible school day program application for the 2025-2026 school year. This is the same application we've been submitting for the last, at least 5 years since I've been, back in Tennessee. And, the reason I'm bringing it to you in May, because there's about 30 to 45 day at least approval window for them to approve the application once it's submitted. And if we don't get that application back before we start instruction, then we lose out on ADA for any students that are currently being served at CARE. So I'm bringing it to you in May so that we can get it submitted as soon as possible and be able to earn the funding that our kids generate by being part of the CARE program. I'll take any questions you might have regarding the program at this time.
So I have a question for item number 3, where it talks about providing outline of staff positions and resources, personnel. So are these teachers and administrators that we already have, or is it something that is being requested in addition? We already have a place. Thank you. Any more questions? Do I have a motion to accept the administration recommendation regarding the optional flexible school day program for the 2025-2026 school year?
So moved. Second.
Motion made by Jake, seconded by Brian. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Moving on to item 8I, discussion of possible action regarding the 2025-2026 school board meetings calendar. So as stated in the actual board packet, every first Tuesday of the month identifies the workshop if needed. And then of course, then we have the later date for the actual board meeting. With the only exceptions being, there's no workshop due in January due to Christmas break. The March meeting is moved to the 4th Tuesday due to spring break. In July, there's no workshop due to administration building summer break. Work sessions of the board shall normally be held on the first Tuesday of each month at 5:30 p.m. The board president may cancel a work session with proper notice for a month when work session is not needed. Are there any questions from the board? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept the 2025-2026 board meeting calendar? Motion made by Delma.
Second.
Second by Brian. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item number 9, we're moving now into closed session. The board will enter into closed session in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551071 and 551074 to deliberate and consider the following action item. Item 9B, to discuss participation in multi-district litigation involving youth social media usage and related litigation, and entering into a contingency fee contract with O'Hanlon, Demarat, and Castillo PC, and Ireland and Bonin PC to represent the district, Texas Government Code 551071. No action will be taken until we return to open session. We are entering closed session at 8.
Mr. Reese, if I could, real quick, before we go into executive session, I know today is Ms. Trevino's last board meeting. She is retired.
Yes.
We thank you for the 30 years. Thank you so much, Trevino, for all that you've done, and enjoy retirement.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Yes, 30 years of dedicated service. We appreciate all you've done for our district. We are entering in, thank you for that, David. Moving in to closed session at 8:49. Now we can call the to take necessary action on the matters which the board may discuss in open session, upon which action may be taken. We are returning to open session at 9:38 p.m. So, do I hear a motion to, for consideration, adoption of resolution approving contingent fee legal services contract, including findings needed for submission of contingent fee legal service agreement and request for expedited review by the Texas Attorney General? What is that? What is that?
Yes, Mr. President, whenever a school district is entering into a contingency fee contract, the state comptroller's office has to review it. And as discussed, the executive, our conversations with the state is that they will take these on an expedited basis based on the timeline. And so it's you, the board, approving that we send it out that way.
Is there a motion?
Mr. President, I move that we approve a resolution to be drafted by legal counsel and signed by our board president, permitting the Kingsville Independent School District to enter into contingency fee-based contract on the pending litigation discussed in closed session.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second made by David. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And then, item 10C, consideration adoption of contingent fee legal services agreement with O'Hanlon, Demerel, and Castillo PC and Elliott and Bonner PC. Is there a motion?
Was that not covered in the prior motion?
The prior motion was for the submission, was for approving the resolution and for the submission of that contract to the comptroller's office. This one's for approving the contract with Kingsville.
I move that we approve the contract with our legal counsel for the pending litigation discussed in closed session.
Or second? Second by Delma. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. There being
to a 45-minute discussion.
There being no further action, I do hear do we have to take a motion to adjourn the meeting? I declare this meeting adjourned. We're adjourning at 9:41 p.m.
Yeah, it will.